Since this is a joint session, I will call roll for the City Council, followed by the members of the Public Art Commission. Councilmember Cormack.
Here.
Councilmember Du Bois. Mayor Filseth. Vice Mayor Fine.
Here.
Councilmember Niss. Councilmember Koo.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka. 7 present. For the Public Art Commission, Vice Chair Gordon. Here. Commissioner Klaus.
Here.
Commissioner Migdal. Chair Miyagi. Commissioner Ross.
Here.
Commissioner Shen. Commissioner Taylor. 5 present. Thank you.
Super. Well, as is obvious, tonight's first item is a joint meeting with the Public Art Commission, discussion of accomplishments and future initiatives. And is there a presentation? There is.
Yes, there is.
Welcome, and please proceed.
I'll turn it over to Chair Miyagi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor and City Council members, thank you very much for having this meeting tonight. We are here to highlight the past year and then talk about the coming year and things that we're going to do. Very exciting things happened in the past year, and even more exciting things will be coming in the upcoming year. And I just want to mention our staff that's here, Elise DeMarzo, who's a public art person, and the Director of Community Services, Kristen O'Kane, is here. And our fellow commissioners, I want to thank you, the City Council, for the support of public art. It means a lot for the public art in Palo Alto. The program has grown tremendously in the last 5 or 6 years, and a lot of it is due to the support of the City Council. And I also want to recognize our liaison from the council, Councilmember Niss. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
The first thing we want to discuss with the Public Art Commission, what they do is the funding for the public art. There's 2 main streams of funding. One is the municipal percent for art, and the other is a new program, relatively new program, which is the private development for public art in Palo Alto. Both funds generate 1% of the budget, of their budget for public art. And for the private development, anything that's over 10,000 square feet also generates funds for public art. And as you can imagine, the funds go up and down, on an up cycle and a down cycle. Right now, we're in an up cycle for both. There's a lot of private development going on, as well as municipal development, especially with the public safety building and the adjacent parking garage that's going in there. So we're in an upswing year, and those things, and they kind of go up and down, and you'll see right now we're in an upswing year. And the next thing that we want to talk about is the public art that's been installed and will be installed in Palo Alto. And as you can see on the map here, there's been a migration to the neighborhoods and out to the baylands, and that's one of the objectives of the Public Art Master Plan, is to get out into the neighborhoods. And we've tried to do that and continuing to do that. And especially around the Coverly area, a lot of public art has gone in. A lot of events have happened down in Coverly, one being Coverly Stock, which was a really good event of picking an artist to do a public art project in the Coverly Art Center. And then the next thing we want to discuss is the Public Art Master Plan, and that will be Commissioner Ross.
It's actually Commissioner Klaus.
Thanks, Amanda. And thanks, Chair Miyagi, and Mr. Mayor, and City Council members, and fellow commissioners, of course. I am the junior member of the commission, and so I ended up with this slide that has no map and no pictures. which I promise are to come. We have the enticing tease instead of the classic bureaucratic title, the master plan. And I'm pleased to speak to it very briefly, I think, for a couple reasons. I think it actually makes the theoretical case for a public arts program and speaks to the practical implementation of one. The Public Art Master Plan was adopted in 2016. It was derived from over 50 engagements with city leadership, with engagement groups, with stakeholders, and with the community. It had two goals. It continues to. One is long-term, and that is to elevate Palo Alto as a notable city of art and culture, and of course, innovation. And in the short term, to deliver for its residents and neighborhoods compelling artwork. The objectives on the objective part of the slide, which in fact, oh great, you can see in front of you, speak to a plan to achieve those goals. I won't speak to all of them, but just to highlight a few very quickly. I think the council is very familiar with Peter Wegner's suite of art that will accompany the public safety building. I think that art will help integrate a public building into a commercial neighborhood. But even beyond that, I think it will help encourage not just efficiency of service delivery, perhaps, but the type of reflection and pride that enables the bravery and just decision-making required of those who operate in such a building. Damon Bellinger's Go With the Flow, which sits at the crosswalk of Lewis and Fielding. I'm not sure if any of you have visited it. It's a little bit like a pair of blue jeans. It's gotten better as it's got slightly worn and a little bit of sunshine. It initially stood out, but now I think the koi that are there, they sort of go in the to and fro of the cars, and more importantly, the bikes and the pedestrians that operate in that neighborhood. There are other examples. Most importantly, I think, are of significant importance is the ongoing maintenance and care of the collection. It's not just what's new, of course, but caring for what's already here amidst natural and perhaps political storms. But we're going to speak to that later. So I would just say that the master plan was in place when I arrived, and of course a master plan is only as good as those who are implementing it. And it's been fantastic to see the work of the Palo Alto Public Arts staff in helping us pursue the objectives that are in front of you. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. Good evening, Council and Mayor. I'm Amanda Ross, and I'd like to talk to you briefly this evening about some of the highlights over the past year. On the slide above, you can see two works I'll tell you a little bit about. The first on the left is Birdie by Oakland-based artist Joyce Sue, and this is over at the Baylands. It's a sculpture that faces the natural preserve and reminds visitors of the unique setting and important habitat for migratory birds. It's also called Birdie, just a play on words for where it's located out there. And if you haven't seen it, I would encourage you to go out and take a look. We're really proud to have Joyce as part of our collection. The other image is showing work that was installed at Avenidas earlier this year by artist Martin Webb, and it's made of wood that came from the previous Avenidas building. We also hosted an artist talk that was very well attended, and this particular piece we're really excited about. We also, well, as you can see from the list there, launched a mobile app. It's called Story, and for certain works in the collection, you can go and via QR code pull up the actual work and learn a little bit more about it, learn a little bit more about the artist, and we're really excited. It works great, and certainly helps to enhance the collection by educating the public a little bit more about the why and how and the inspiration behind the artist's work itself. As far as temporary projects, we had quite a few last year. Two that you can see pictured here. The one on the right was a project at Cubberley called Cubberley Stock, and an Oakland-based artist invited the public to buy tickets to have dinner, and 6 artist teams at the dinner proposed their own projects that would then be funded by the proceeds of the evening and some funds from the commission. The resulting winner was the picture you see on the left, which was called the Cubberley Project by artist Martha Schiaru, and she envisioned it as celebrating the people, the sounds of people, and the images of people who live and work here in Palo Alto. The last thing I wanted to mention was that the public art program was recognized at the Americans for the Arts convention this year for 2 projects that were part of Code Art. And one was a sound art program called Safe and Sound by artist Tomo Sato. The other was Street Talk by Eric Adegard and Patricia McShane, and they were both recognized nationally for contributions and greatness in public art. So we're really proud about that. I'm now going to hand it over to Lauren. Hand it over to Lauren. Thanks.
Thank you, Amanda. Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor and Council for inviting us here tonight. I'm going to speak about maintenance and conservation. Where would we be if we could not maintain our collection? Well, we would have a Bruce Beasley sinking into the soil. We wouldn't have wind wave out in Bixby Park, and our beautiful Newton steel would be corroded. So we definitely need our maintenance funds, and we owe a big thank you to Council for allocating $30,000 annually to our maintenance fund. That started in 2011, and we are sure to use every cent each year to maintain our wonderful collection of over 300 works. So we just wanted to say thank you so much for that. Couple that I'd like to highlight would be well, you see in the slide, the previous slide had actually one of our very own staff members up in a bucket truck reworking the wind wave ropes to get that back in working order. And then the next slide, you'll see Newton steel. Newton steel was actually the first sculpture in our collection dedicated to the city, given to the city and purchased in 1976. So that's kind of exciting. This project to restore Newton steel, we actually worked with Parks and Recreation to give Our Lady a little more hospitable environment. And so there she is in all her glory. So that's the next slide we'll go to is kind of an interesting slide to talk about right now because Victor Arnautoff's work has been in the news, as you might know. Washington High School up in San Francisco has a beautiful mural by Arnautoff, and they're actually possibly not keeping that mural, but covering it up, where Palo Alto also has murals, and they are on the Roth building, and recently came into our collection, and I want to say like 2013, when the Roth building was, I guess it's been a while that the Roth building's going to become a museum in Palo Alto, but we took over these frescoes and have actually hired a conservator to come out and look at them so we know how to restore them. We're proud to have them in our collection, and just thought you'd like to know they're 85, almost 85 years old, and Arnautoff is an artist who studied under Diego Rivera, so it's really quite a thing to have these frescoes in our collection.
Mayor, could I ask a quick question about that?
Sure.
One of the most famous ones of his is at the museum as you would walk in the door.
Okay.
From the Homer side, and it's a nude, which I
Right.
think is rather amazing for that period of time. So could you tell us more about that?
Well, that actually did get a lot of press during, I think they were installed, I want to say, in the early 30s. A doctor commissioned Arnatoff to, Arnatoff, sorry, I keep messing up his name. Yeah, Arnatoff to make these. And Palo Alto was actually in the papers in the whole Bay Area in San Francisco and how they did not really welcome the nudity, right? But we moved forward with it anyway. He installed the art and the doctors accepted it, and it's been there ever since, yes, so, yeah.
It's intriguing in particular because there's no drape or any indication that they were covering the patient at all. It's a kind of a casual holding your stethoscope up and,
Like
there you go.
Like you're in the room, right?
Right.
So,
Thanks,
yeah.
thanks for that.
Thank you. Moving on now to Sonia.
Hi, I'm Sonia Shen. Thank you for inviting us to this joint session tonight. I'm going to talk a little bit about the municipal projects for start. You'll see on the list, there are actually a bunch of different projects that Ian has already mentioned, but to highlight at the very bottom, there's a mention to the public art plan for the California Avenue corridor. And this is actually going to be a similar undertaking to the master plan that Ian has mentioned, because there's a lot of development opportunities and a lot of merchant actually enthusiasm for more art, for more public art to make the alleyways a little more engaging. And because there's so many developments, we think there will be a lot of opportunities to put the private funds into use. The next slide, you'll see two of the upcoming projects. One is at the Junior Museum, and the second one is on the Charleston-Aristidero corridor. What you'll see is that some of the projects that we've engaged in, they are diverse in material, in scale and in theme. So for instance, in the Junior Museum, that is actually quite an undertaking. There's a lot of engineering effort because of the size of the project. It has to be integrated with the building itself, and we kind of joke that there's obviously a lot of risk management involved as well. The second project, it's larger in scale in terms of how much of the corridor it covers. And you'll see these wheels, and they are inspired by the bikes and the cars and the transportations, the wheels that carry them around. The next thing I want to talk about is the private developments. This first picture that you're seeing is by Barbara Gray-Gudis, and this is called Frequencies. She was inspired by some of the scientific discoveries that were made in the research park. And the next slide actually is a summary page of the number of projects that we have in private development. There are 63 projects in total since 2014. Obviously, I think a lot of the different, depending on the developer, depending on the size of the project, when they have a thoughtful idea about integrating a public art piece on site, obviously we always welcome that. But when the project it gives an opportunity for the project owner to make a contribution in lieu, we also welcome that. So we have roughly about 25% of the funds committed to in lieu, and that allows us to use that money to maintain, to support, and to develop artwork elsewhere. And I think the last two slides, the next slide, actually this is close and dear to this particular location. You'll see that oftentimes we have temporary artworks that we install in front of the City Hall. Currently in display is the Blue Tree. Obviously, it's been there for a while. The next up and coming is called Cash Me If You Can by Freeland Buck. You'll see that coming in fall. And this is one picture, this is one dimension of it, and you'll see it from different angle and will have different effect. And the one after that is called Labyrinth. And this is actually interesting. It's going to be, I think it's made with recycle material that we have actually harvested from our own sites here in Palo Alto. And so, we like the idea of recycling and repurposing material. And the last slide is our code art event. We did this, I want to say, has it been a year? We did that in 2018? 17, okay, it's been 2 years. And we're actually the team, the public arts team, is, they have fully recovered from the last undertaking, and they've decided to do it again because there's just been so many people asking them about it. So we're very excited. We're very excited to, in case you guys haven't heard already, we're going to be undertaking and plan this again, and we'll bring it to you in 2020.
All right, thank you very much. That's our year in review and things that are coming up in the future. And as was mentioned, we had our retreat this past Saturday, and it was a good retreat, a good conversation. And we want to talk about the Public Art Master Plan and the priorities that we identified during our retreat. One is Code Art 2, which will happen in October of next year. And this year the time has changed, so it'll be from 5 to 9 in the evening. So we'll be able to catch more people in the evening. It'll be cooler as well, so that will help. Also to extend Story, which is the QR codes, to public art pieces, and one area that expansion will be Mitchell Park. And also the policies, and one policy, especially murals, because murals in the last 6 months or so have really been in the news. Down in San Jose, 2 were painted over, which were really, really good works of art, and the community was up in arms about that. So we want to really get something in place about murals. And the last thing, as was mentioned, was the California Avenue Master Art Plan for that area. And we want to look at it now because we want to be in front of it and be proactive and really get something in place that the artist and the community on Cal Ave can really point to and really have something to follow to get some really impactful public art into Cal Avenue. So that's our presentation for tonight, and I again want to thank you for your support. And as I've said, this program has grown over the years, and we want to be the best program in the Bay Area, the state, and the nation. So again, I thank you for your support, and I open it up for questions.
So thank you very much for coming and doing this and for doing all this work. I have lights from council members Tanaka, Cormack, and Du Bois, and Councilmember Tanaka first.
I didn't hit my light, but I think we shifted it all over, so I don't know who.
Oh, so okay, and then we'll go to Councilmember Cormack.
I did hit my light. Thank you all so much for being here. I'm going to start with something kind of unusual, which is it's awesome that you're doing maintenance and conservation. I know it's not really very exciting usually, but I have seen it occurring, particularly the Beasley, yeah. Thanks for staying focused on that. I know it's tempting to buy new things, but always good to take care of what we have so far. I get a lot of questions about public art, so I'll just rattle off the ones I have. If you have answers, that'd be great. So I love the blue trees, my favorite color, but as I recall, they were supposed to like sort of dissolve. Is it taking longer than we expected? I mean, I'm not unhappy, I'm just curious. Anybody have an answer on the blue trees? They're gonna be there for a while?
We had so many community volunteers who came out to help out with the blue trees that the layering was much thicker than it would normally be applied. It is starting to pigment and slough off, and so we're anticipating with the rains, then we will help it make its exit.
All right, just curious. And then there was a de-accession on California Avenue, and I'm not going to remember the name of it. It's that Joni's Corner right across from the... Yes, that one, thank you, Go Mama. Will the replacement for that be part of this whole master plan? Is that what you're waiting for? Okay, great. And then I do get questions about the, I guess it's called Go With The Flow, the creative crosswalk. I wonder if you could just share with me the thinking about making it blue, which is not, while it's a watercolor, not a normal color for something on the road, and the thought process of putting really attractive fish that small children might want to look at in the middle of a road. This is a question I've gotten, so just love to, get an answer from you all on that one.
With the Go Mama, deaccession of Go Mama, and part of the public art master plan for Cal Avenue can be what can go in there, or not to really describe what goes in there, but just to describe a piece or something that can go in there that will be really nice for Cal Avenue. And in the crosswalks, I understand your question about that, and the crosswalks, the thing I feel about crosswalks are like benches and sidewalks, that sidewalks don't have to be straight and benches don't have to look like benches. So the same thing with crosswalks. You can really make crosswalks stand out and make it a piece of public art. But the danger, as you're saying, especially around schools, is to have children just stop in the middle of the crosswalk and take a look at it. So that's one of the things that will have to be looked at as these projects go forward.
I walk my dog there pretty frequently, and it does, sidewalk, you would still have gotten a lot of the benefit of it, and it might not have been there. But anyway, looks like it definitely has changed over time. I think actually the water helps. The other thing, I think I made one other note here, and then we talked about the Roth building. Oh, yeah. So could we talk a little bit about the JMZ artwork? What is the material that is? It's a little hard to tell.
It's all metals.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And do you guys choose that as opposed to the Friends of the Junior Museum and Zoo, or was it a collaborative process, or I'm seeing gesture collaborative?
The intent is always to bring an artist in early so that the artist can join the design team and then identify the correct opportunity for the integration of artwork.
Okay. And is that what happened? Just checking.
Yes,
Great,
that's what
okay.
happened.
And then what's the location on Charleston or Astrodero? Are there 6 locations? Because that's something I haven't seen yet. And when is that going to be installed?
There are, I believe, 5 locations actually for the artworks, and they will be installed toward the end of the phasing of the construction project.
So after phase 3?
Yes.
Okay, great. And then the public art and private development, that's not something I'm very familiar with. Is that intended to be visible to the public, or is that just for the use of the people who are in that development?
The ordinance states that the public art will be viewable by or accessible by the public 8 hours a day, 40 hours a week.
Okay, 8 hours a day, great. And then the last thing is I was intrigued by the chair's description of, wanting Palo Alto art to be, the best in the local area, city, state. What are a handful of cities who are doing a really wonderful job with public art that we should be looking at and visiting, thinking about?
There are a number of communities within the Bay Area. One that comes to mind is San Jose. Oakland does a lot of public art. And smaller communities like Hayward and San Mateo also do some wonderful public art. So it's a growing field, and more communities are investing in that, because public art really, to me, is the soul of your community. And you can have destination public art that people want to go and see. It could be a tourist attraction. So in those ways, public art really benefits a community.
Great, thank you. And then my last question is, will Code Art 2 also be limited to downtown, or will it be in other parts of Palo Alto?
Yeah, so currently we're planning for it to be in downtown. In the future, we would like for it to be perhaps covering both downtown area and maybe the California Avenue area as well, and expand the experience a little bit. But maybe Code Art 3.
Okay.
But I don't want to overpromise.
That's all right. Thank you all so much for being here. It was a pleasure. I've only been able to attend your meetings a couple times recently, but I went to many of them in an earlier version. And it's nice to see that there's more art everywhere and that it's, got nicer descriptions, et cetera. Thanks for that.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yep. Thanks to all of you for serving on this commission. Some questions. So on the current upcoming municipal project list, I didn't see the Cal Ave garage. Is that on your list? It's coming first, being built before the public safety building?
The Cal Ave, I believe that is the one that's on hold now, the Cal Avenue garage.
That's the downtown project, the downtown garage is on hold. Cal Ave is under construction.
Cal Ave is being built right now.
Okay, yes, and there is a public art project that's going into Cal Ave.
Okay, good. Yeah, because it's happening soon. One area I didn't hear you guys call out, and I think you'd have to check with the neighborhood there, but seeing more art in the Midtown shopping area, it's kind of a blank spot on your map. You guys might want to look for some opportunities, in that neighborhood. Some of the feedback I've heard from residents is concern about artwork that lights up, particularly like the Visa building. I'm not sure it's loved by all. And so not really judging on style, but I do think you guys should be careful about artwork that makes noise or lights up. Is that Charleston artwork? Is that going to be lit up? It was hard to tell what it was from the image. The Charleston Arrestadero.
No, they do not light up.
Oh, okay. It was just color on a black image. I didn't know if it was.
They're metal sculptures that are powder coated.
Good. Yeah, I want to echo, I think the conservation efforts are really great to see. It's not a project on our list yet, but the Palo Alto History Museum itself looks like they've hit their fundraising goals, so they'll be coming to us. I don't know if we want to charge them an additional 1% for art. I guess by our ordinance we will need to, but curious if there might be further opportunity for them to have part of that contribution be preserving those frescoes, or if there's additional preservation work to be done there. And then my understanding is, and I don't know how much we have, but do we have a lot of public art that's currently in storage?
There is some of the portable collection, which is in storage, the framed indoor works. So there's quite a few of those in storage. We are working with Avenidas now to make an arrangement to have some of those on view in that facility.
Okay. Yeah, so it's another thing that might be worth talking to the History Museum about as well, to do some exhibits and show some of the artwork there. So that's it. Thank you, guys.
Councilmember Niss.
One quick last one. So you guys said there were 63 projects, but the projects on that one slide didn't add up to 63. So I guess the question is, what's missing?
So these are the projects since 2014 that are in private development. And so some of these projects would be, so if they decide not to, let's say, install something, they would just give a 1% contribution in lieu, and then that becomes part of our pool for public art that we get to spend elsewhere.
Right, but if you add up the in lieu and all the numbers, it doesn't add up to 63.
Many of the projects are not yet, they haven't yet declared their intention to either commission art on site or pay to the in lieu contribution.
Okay, yeah, if you guys could just go over that, because you also have projects undecided on here, and again, when you add them all in, it seems like we're missing some projects, but thanks.
So thanks to all of you in particular. Welcome to the newest member. Thank you for your comments. So I wanted to ask, and also let me clarify, I thought the pumpkin patch was part of the art center, and the chair is telling me that's not the case. So regardless, I think it's an appealing kind of art project. So, but I want to come back and question a couple of things, Tom, you just said, that you don't want them to light up and you don't want them to do what else? Move?
I just said we should be careful about lighting and noise.
And noise?
Noise. Yeah, if we ever had, especially, it depends where it is.
Are any of them noisy?
No, it just struck me that they
You
could
just don't
be.
want them to be noisy.
Sure.
It's not a problem now.
Right.
Okay. But, so as far as light, it just seems to me there are times when you would use light in an art project, and especially if you want to see it at night, you're not going to see it otherwise.
I've just gotten feedback, so I was just saying we should be careful.
Oh, okay, so you're saying other people have said, and perhaps the Visa building is the poster child?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So I rather like the Visa building, but what it says is that we all have very different, we see this in very different ways. And I was reminded, because we were just in Europe, and if any of you remember the Swedish Boys, are any of you been around that long? The Swedish Boys, I think were on a swing, as I remember. Pardon? A bench or something like that. It seemed as though it moved, but that may have been a misconception. But what I recall is that the community reacted so strongly to it that they actually defaced it, and we finally sent it back. I've never figured out why it engendered this angst, and people really disliked it. And if some of you have never seen it, there must be pictures in the archives somewhere. Do you know the one I'm speaking of? Right, I don't remember the name of it, but it became infamous, frankly. But a good example of a good gesture that kind of went sideways. And you did send it back, correct?
It predates my time with the city, but yes, that was my understanding, that it was returned to the sister city that gifted it to us.
Okay, thanks. And I just said to your chair, because I'm quite enthused about an eventual bike bridge, is there, the art must be chosen. It's Mary Lucking or Luking? But there's nothing in here there's no depiction of it yet?
Yes, the artist has been engaged since the beginning, and we've actually had
You just
several
didn't put it
meetings
in
with
here
her.
for
We did
tonight.
not put renderings of it in here, but she's actually, isn't she casting pretty soon? So yes, she's anticipating being able to install her
Does it light
artwork.
up or make noise?
It doesn't light up or make noise, but it is within safety codes. It's a kind of, it really represents the area. It's got some grasses, we call them grasses, and then a seating area. So it's lovely, and I think you'll like it a lot. Yeah.
Good, okay, that's good to hear, and should the bridge ever get done, then it'll be interesting to see her artwork. Okay.
Councilmember, I would note for the record that it has raised in its stature from mythical previously to eventual, I think I heard tonight, so I will take that as progress, and we are...
That is a move forward. Okay, thank you, and again, thank you all for being here tonight.
Councilmember Koo.
Well, thank you for every one of you who are serving on the Art Commission. And I just really want to say that I appreciate greatly the preservation of the murals that are around town. They're just something that I look at and I just admire constantly when I go by them. So I really appreciate that. Couple of questions I have. The funds that is generated by new construction of 10,000 square feet of more, is that only for artwork, to purchase or procure artwork, or does that also, part of the funding goes towards maintenance? Or is it only for artwork?
The private percent for art in lieu funds are for artwork and staffing costs for that, program.
So no maintenance of it, which is why we allocate 30,000 towards maintenance every year.
To clarify, when those funds get used for a private person, for a project, we can allocate a portion of those funds for the maintenance of that artwork. But the funds cannot be used for maintenance of previously existing artwork. So as we grow the items in the collection, we are also budgeting accordingly. So we're not increasing our maintenance obligation.
Thank you, that's very good. Is there a certain percentage that is allocated towards that particular art, or it's just decided at the time?
That is a wonderful question, but it really depends on the complexity of the artwork, the materials, and what the expected lifespan of that artwork is.
Regarding the artwork that is planned for Arostadero, Charleston, you said there's 5 locations. Are any of them in the medium? Do you know?
Yes, there are a few of them in a couple of the select medians. It was very tricky to find opportunities for the integration of artwork in that corridor because there is so much happening there.
Right. So just to ask that you ensure that the artwork does not block traffic sightings, when you're driving in opposite directions, especially because it's a bicycle and pedestrian also. It's just such an amazingly dangerous roadway. So anything not to have obstruction of views, it will be, please pay attention to that. Thank you. Private artwork that is located within some of the developments that was mentioned in here, is that so the developer or that property owner pays for the art through their art fees, and then that artwork belongs to that property owner, or is it the city's? How does that work out?
The artwork remains with the property, and the maintenance obligation is the owner of the property. It belongs to the owner of the property.
So the money that is from the development actually is just going back to artwork within their site?
If they choose to commission artwork on site, they utilize those funds to commission art on site. If they pay in lieu, then we would decide where to integrate that artwork.
Another thing I just wanted to mention is I've been told by some members of the public when they're out in the Baylands walking, while they appreciate the art that is there, some of the artwork is actually put together with plastic tie backs and other materials that are not good for the natural aspect of the Baylands. So if that is something that you can be a little bit more aware of, not just for the Baylands, but for other areas that we're trying to bring back the natural aspect. Another thing is if there's some way to have artwork that would, I'm not very versed in this area, but if there's some artwork that can bring out people with developmental disabilities or people that are, well, just in general, people with developmental disabilities that would bring them to help out with the artwork, hands-on, or even something that will enhance their visual or whatever else there is, that would be lovely to see. I was at the East Coast this week, and there was a park that had, whimsical art, like the owls. And I think a lot of people were having a lot of fun walking to each of these statues or structures, looking at them and taking pictures with them. So I was wondering if that might be something that you might explore in doing. That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I also wanted to thank the commissioners for your work serving the city. I think art's really important. It keeps the city beautiful. So thank you for your work, and appreciate your continued service. I heard a lot of really good feedback from the last code art. So I'm really happy to hear that this is going to continue. I appreciate you guys supporting this. It seems like it's very popular, not just for people here in the city, but throughout the area. So I think that's great, and just want to encourage you guys to keep it up. And I've also heard feedback from a lot of the people that they really appreciate the interactive art pieces. So I haven't seen yet the one that you guys can put out there soon about the, was it Cash? Yeah, Cash Me If You Can, yeah, whatever it's called. But I think more interactive pieces is a good thing. Of course, we want to make sure there's no safety issues, but I think in general, art that people could interact with or kids could play with or somehow are not just static, I think is a really good thing. So I'd love to see more of that versus just kind of static type stuff. And I think the people in the city really do appreciate this kind of work. So thank you for your work.
So let me add that as well. Thank you for making our city more interesting and beautiful. I was intrigued by something you said earlier about the master plan-driven effort to put more art into neighborhoods. And I assume that there's sort of some trade-off between, if you put it on Cal Ave or University Ave, more people are likely to see it, but in the neighborhoods, you're sort of out in the community. So can you talk a little bit about how you make that balance? And also, how about things, because it's sort of in the neighborhoods, it's things like bike boulevards and so forth as part of the neighborhoods. Are you looking at those as well as places for sort of high traffic kind of?
Excuse me. One way about getting art public art into the neighborhoods is, as the master plan calls out, is to have many master plans for the neighborhoods. So that is to get the community or that neighborhood in to talk about the public art for that neighborhood and develop a plan to do that. So it's one way to do that. And
So you go for one neighborhood at a time?
Yeah, yeah. And so you have many plans, and then you can tailor it to that neighborhood and to see what they like. And your other question about bike lanes and
bike boulevards, Bryant Street Bike Boulevard or something like that.
Yeah, that's a good idea. And one thing about bike racks is they don't have to look like bike racks. Yeah, right? So I've seen some wonderful in different communities. I've seen some really wonderful bike racks that weren't really look like bike racks. So that's one way to do it. And with the high density neighborhoods where bikes are, I think again the neighborhood public art master plan could help with that.
All right.
One more thing.
Yes, ma'am.
What I thought was wonderful metal furniture that was downtown. Is it still there?
It is. It's part
Excellent.
It's part of the collection.
Yeah, I really liked it.
Benches that don't look like benches.
Definitely. That's what made me think of it. They really don't look like benches.
Very cool. Lots of benches at the train station, too.
The lips are they're really fascinating. Yeah.
Okay, so seeing no further lights, thank you very much. Thank you for joining us this evening.
One other thing,
Yes,
Mr.
please.
Mayor. I'm sorry. There's a paper from the Americans for the Arts, and it's Why Public Art Matters. And this was published in 2018. Elise has copies if you would like a copy of this, and I think it's very important that you read this. There will also be a link on the Public Art website to download a copy, and Elise has PDF copies of it, so if you want a copy of that, you can contact Elise and she can send it to you.
Very good. So that's on the Public Art website? Super. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
So the next item is we're actually going to vote on ARB, is that right? So,
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. This is Jessica Brettel, Assistant City Clerk. This item is to appoint one candidate to the Architectural Review Board for an unfinished term ending December 15th, 2020. There are 5 candidates up for vote. We will hand you a ballot. Please vote for one candidate. The first candidate to receive 4 votes will be appointed to the board. And Adrian, if you're listening and would like to vote, you can email me your selection. Thank you. And Mayor, you can feel free to move on to another item and check in later if you'd like.
Super. So the next item is agenda changes and deletions, and I gather we have a couple?
Yes, we do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First would be item number 4, which we would like to defer to a date to be determined. Actually, like to get through in your upcoming agenda. We've got an item next week that somewhat connects, so we'll suggest hearing that one first. Let's see, the other is on item number 9 on tonight's agenda. This is actually anticipated, hopefully, to be a relatively short item, so we're suggesting that this be heard before item 8.
So do we need a motion for that, or can?
I think typically we would.
So moved by Councilmember Niss, seconded by me, the mayor. And that is to move the item 9, which is the policy and services recommendation, to ahead of the rail item. You want to discuss?
Well, are there staff here for that? I mean, if it's a short item, why not do it late? We have a lot of people here for item 8. What are we trying to accomplish?
Well, again, we expect it to be pretty short, and again, that would allow the staff to take off rather than wait.
Yeah, so there are staff that would have to wait around for...
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Not that any is more important than the other, but hopefully reflects our anticipation on the agenda.
With that, would you vote on the board, please? And that passes with a 5-1. Vice Mayor Fine, did you vote on this?
I'll vote yes.
So that passes 6-1 with Councilmember Cormack dissenting. Thank you. With that, we can continue with city manager comments.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Just a few items to just provide you an update on. First relates to the Charleston-Arastradero corridor project. As council knows, we've received a number of comments and feedback on the ongoing construction. I do want to note that staff has looked at the traffic controls that are in place and will be making a number of modifications, primarily additional signs, additional paint, and reflectors to be placed on the newly installed medians and surrounding areas relating to the bike lane in the area. So that work should be done over the course of the next week or so. Next, in terms of budget documents, we now have the adopted fiscal year 2020 adopted budget documents that are now online. As the council knows, up until now, we've had the proposed along with the action. So now those are all consolidated into single documents. That would include your operating budget, your capital budget, as well as the municipal fee schedule. So just want to acknowledge and appreciate the work both of the council, staff, and community in completing what is feels like an annual Herculean effort to pull that all together. And is available on our city website, www.cityofpaloalto.org/budget, also through the pull downs. Let's see, also in keeping with some administrative matters, I wanted to just let the council know that last week we had a special session on risk management for all of our managers citywide, including all of our departments, safety, public safety, as well as non-public safety departments, talking about and actually hearing from a well-known speaker, Gordon Graham, on the 5 pillars of successful organization, who's an attorney, career veteran of California law, law enforcement, speaking and actually making interesting the topic of risk management. Sorry, no offense for those who really do find that really interesting, to generate open, constructive discussions about managing preventable risks for the organization in the workplace and in the work that we do. All a part of our citywide efforts to reinforce a learning culture among our employees and enhance our delivery of services to the community. And then let me just hit a couple of upcoming calendar notes. Let's see, Welcome Week, which begins on September 12th through the 22nd in partnership with the YMCA, Palo Alto Family YMCA, at a variety of times and locations available through a special website, paloaltowelcomeweek.org, all one word. Again, a number of activities occurring throughout the city. Also upcoming this week, we've got, or actually next week, Friday night at the Arts Center on Friday, September 20th from 7 to 10 p.m. at the Palo Alto Arts Center. We'll be celebrating the opening of Encounters, Honoring the Animals in Ourselves exhibition. Evening includes hands-on activities, cash bar provided by the Arts Center Foundation, and a few surprises that they did not clue me in on. So hopefully I won't be surprised. And I think others are further out, so we can stop there. Thank you.
Okay. I'm looking at the clerk. Is there a resolution on the ARB vote?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We do have a candidate who has received 4 votes. I will go through all of the votes and the totals. Councilmember Cormack voted for Grace Lee. Councilmember Du Bois voted for Stephen Eichler. Mayor Filseth voted for Stephen Eichler. Vice Mayor Fine voted for Grace Lee. Councilmember Niss voted for Grace Lee. Councilmember Koo voted for Stephen Eichler. Councilmember Tanaka voted for Grace Lee. Grace Lee, with 4 votes, was appointed to the Architectural Review Board.
Super. Congratulations, Grace, if you're listening, and thank you for volunteering, and thank you for all the other candidates for volunteering as well. We now move to oral communications, at which members of the public may speak to any item not on the agenda. So with item 4 having been pulled off consent, and you wish to speak to that, you should either speak to it the night we take it up, but if you want to speak to it tonight, you should speak to it during oral communications as opposed to consent, since it is no longer on consent. So how many speakers do we have? Looks like.
We have 4 total. Fred Balin is speaking for 5, so he will have 10 minutes. I will add the 2 currently signed up for item 4.
Okay. So first, Megan Kana.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I wanted to speak to you about the bike pedestrian plan. Last week, one of my good friends was in an accident on a bicycle. He was on a bicycle and was hit by a car, attempting to navigate from the Homer underpass towards Middlefield Road going east. So I know that given the Ross Road feedback, perhaps this bicycle plan has been paused, but I'd really urge you to continue moving forward with the bike pedestrian plan, as well as the one that's currently planned with phase 1 and phase 2, as well as focusing on the Homer and Channing bicycle plan and making sure that there are safe routes for folks coming out of that underpass and going into it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Fred Balin.
I won't need the full time. Fred Balin, F-R-E-D-B-A-L-I-N, College Terrace. A year ago March, I stood here during a council item on municipal code updates to reveal information and to file a formal complaint with regard to Planning and Transportation Commissioner Michael Alchick's financial interests in 2 Palo Alto single-family residential properties, one he owned, the other around the corner, in which he was an investor. The status of the properties intersected with 3 sections of the municipal code that had been reviewed at the commission a few months earlier. My 2-page complaint identified a potential conflict of interest at the first commission meeting, as well as a common law appearance of impropriety. It was very late in a game that had started 3 years prior when Commissioner Alczyk filed a redevelopment application that called for a carport in the front of his lot on a block where the predominant pattern was for covered parking in the rear. His plans violated the intent, practice, and wording of the law on contextual garage placement. But he eventually got it through on a loophole related to carports. The same circumstance and result occurred at his investment property. A week after I spoke here, the press picked up the story and added details. But by the time the item returned to the council a week after that, the city's hold on permits for his more recent applications to convert the now constructed carports into fully enclosed garages had expired. At the meeting with only 5 of 9 council members present, Karen Holman asked City Attorney Molly Stump about the conflict issue. She responded that there had been none with regard to the placement rule. Holman then crafted an amendment to the rule to prevent conversions such as Alczyk's, demonstrating that the same could have occurred at the Planning Commission and that therefore there had been a conflict of interest. On the ethics issue, they were raised later that night during council member comments and also during the City Council campaign forums. But today, Michael Alczyk remains on the commission and is vice chair. The hope here is that what is holding you back from acting is more information. And so tonight, I release this completed report, the commissioner, the carports, and the city, a citizen's investigation, in packets here for you and for the public via download at fredbalin.org, FREDBALIN.org. It includes new information since that time and delves deeply into all the items known back then. It is based on extensive research, including evaluation of applications and architectural drawings, state conflict of interest rules, municipal code history, internal staff communications, Google Street View historical images, information from impacted neighbors, other residents, and current and former city employees, and more. It details how Commissioner Alczyk violated state conflict of interest laws in 2015 and 2017, improperly took advantage of his position as a commissioner by diverting the planning code update hearings in favor of his personal interests in 2015 and 2017, violated city building codes prior to final inspection approval of his construction, and then again after, and advanced incorrect and misleading assertions in his interactions with the city and at commission meetings. In parallel throughout this 3-year episode, it is also the story of the city too often responding with acquiescence, passivity, secrecy, and even shielding. For example, not identifying that his parking structures were in fact garages, and also that the carport loophole they allowed would lead to a second loophole after construction. And in the interim, the city did nothing to prevent that impact or other ways in which Alczyk could and would further enclose the carports. Not recognizing and acting to prevent Alczyk's conflict of interest at the 2015 and 2017 commission hearings that related to his properties. Not revealing Alczyk's specific circumstances at those meetings. Allowing him to dominate discussion on items related to his economic interests during those commission meetings. Granting final inspection approvals after the carports were more fully enclosed than plans permitted. Later, after garage doors were illegally added on each site, exempting his home from a notice of violation. Not requiring correction of the building violations on Alczyk's 2 properties, but rather asking him and his investment group to submit plans to legalize the conversions, keeping neighbors and the general public in the dark, thereby protecting Alczyk rather than the neighbors and the public. Alczyk's illegal and unethical actions were corrosive. They interfered with disinterested and proper vetting in the public interest, while it drew other commissioners into a personal matter that they knew nothing about. It diminished public confidence in the commission, the proper workings of government, and reflects poorly on a city council that reappointed him in the midst of all this, and one that leaves him there now. I hope you and members of the public will read the investigation. It is not only informative, but highly engaging. A page-turner, one reviewer said. but that is incidental to your serious consideration and the decision that you make based on its content. The Commissioner, the carports, and the City, a Citizens Investigation, fredballin.org. Thank you.
Thank you. Nina Bell.
Good evening and thank you. I'm Nina Bell. I'm a board member of our Green Acres One Neighborhood Association and the designated representative for the board on our utility issue. I was going to ask you to remove item 4. That has been done. I'd like to address next week then with Regulation 20 that is coming before you. So Mr. Batchelor recognized that he was putting the cart before the horse by the inclusion of the words "and replacement" in the consent calendar item 4. He directed his staff to remove that wording. He called its inclusion a mistake in light of the ongoing discussions with Green Acres One. As he readily saw that mistake, he will undoubtedly see why the CPAU amendments to Regulation 20 are also premature prior to the resolution of our unique situation. Nowhere in the amended Regulation 20 is there recognition of the fact that Green Acres One homeowners invested in the original undergrounding of our transformers and switches, while almost all other districts had theirs fully paid for by the city. That sets us apart. This unique situation must be factored in before amendments are made to Regulation 20. Otherwise, we will not receive a proper and fair resolution. So by the approval of item 4, you would have been unwittingly be complicit in the CPA's maneuver to deny Green Acres One due process and will permit the removal of something in which we have a vested interest. So why it was removed from this evening's agenda, I'm not sure, and what the implications are and what we will be have shared with us. But before closing, I'd like to respectfully clarify something that Mr. Batchelor said regarding ongoing discussions. It's totally misleading. There have been no ongoing discussions. In the 3 times the CPAU has met with us in the past year and a half, the CPAU has always told us what they will do without ever working with us. They have never factored in our unique situation, having invested in our fully underground system. They have never fully answered our questions. That is why this issue is finally before you. We welcome a real discussion with thoughtful, honest interchange, taking into account our investment. We look to you to assure us of a fair hearing and resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Morier.
Greetings from Fort Apache, otherwise known as Green Acres. Our contention with the CPAU over our Green Acres One high voltage system issue has gone on without progress for the last year and a half, because the Utilities Department basically has been not willing to listen or respond to any other possible solution than the arbitrary above-ground pad-mounted high voltage systems for our already fully undergrounded high voltage systems. Our system was purchased by our residents in 1973. This is documented. Our investment in ownership of our trouble-free system is best described in a letter from our attorney, which I believe is available to you in the packet for this evening. I hope it showed up. When the CPAU finally did respond to our repeated request to let us know what it would take to retain our fully undergrounded systems, it was to unsuccessfully try to insert language into the rules and regulations, numbers 3 and 20, that would preclude anything but pad mounting for systems replacements, and to simultaneously secure your approval for a totally unworkable, unacceptable special facilities application process and a Byzantine, unrealistic payment scheme for any possible exceptions to pad mounting. You'll be hearing more about this at your April 16th meeting, I suppose, agenda item number 7. The proposed changes to Rule 3 and to Rule 20 of the Special Facilities Scheme is a matter of significant public concern, and intentionally or not, will force default acceptance of the CPA-U pad mounting scheme throughout Palo Alto without adequate notice, evaluation, or public participation. Please exercise your option to remove consent calendar item number 4, adoption of a resolution amending utilities rules from tonight's consent calendar agenda. And thank you very much. You've already done that. That's deeply appreciated, as I understand it. Also, agenda item 7, rule and regulation 20 from the September 16th agenda until our Green Acres 1 high voltage system investment and ownership has been addressed and fairly resolved. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Joe Hirsch.
Mr. Mayor, council members, Mr. City Manager, I hope I am speaking to the choir. I am here on behalf of the Cardiac Therapy Foundation at the Carboy Community Center. I've seen some disturbing reports in the newspaper that you're having difficulties extending the master lease at Carboy. I will go and make my comments to the school board as well. It is imperative that that master lease be extended. You have there many small tenants. You have a number of organizations, many of which are nonprofit, including Cardiac Therapy Foundation. I can honestly tell you from the cardiac therapy point of view, there is absolutely no way we could continue for very long if we had to go out into the for-profit rental market and find another location. We have the benefit, and others have the benefit, of pleasant, if you will, nice, nonprofit rates at the Carboy Community Center. We will be celebrating our 50th anniversary here in Palo Alto next year, and we want that to continue for many more years to come, helping people like myself who have cardiovascular disease or diabetes live healthy lives for as long as they can. It is imperative that we have the benefit, and I'm sure others at the Carboy Center also need the benefit of the rental rates you can provide to long-term members of your community. Please work with the school district to extend the master lease for whatever period of time you can, hopefully not less than 1 year, maybe another 5 years. It would benefit so many in the community that they would be grateful for your efforts on that behalf. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our final speaker will be Bob Moss.
Thank you, Mayor Filseth and council members. I just wanted to verify what City Manager Shikata said in his comments on the utility description services, where he points out that the reference to all new and replacement equipment in underground areas is incorrect, that it should only say all new equipment in underground areas required will be put on pads. And I want to be certain that this is the correct statement, that replacement equipment will not be put on pads. This is important to me personally because ORM is undergrounded, and the equipment that we put on pads would be right across the street from our house. And we don't need that uglification in our neighborhood. It's been underground for over 30 years, it's worked just fine, and I think we should put the equipment underground whenever possible. So if the statement that's in the staff report on sheet 3 is correct, all new equipment in underground areas and replacement is eliminated, that would be much, much better. And I just wanted to get verification that that is in fact the way it's going to read.
Thank you. That concludes oral communications. The next item is approval of minutes for the August 12th and 19th meetings. And I will move approval of the minutes.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Cormack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Would you vote on the board, please? So we have 5 votes in the chamber with Councilmember Niss absent. Councilmember Fine, Vice Mayor Fine, have you voted on this?
I'll vote yes.
So that passes 6-0 with Councilmember Niss not present. We now move to the consent calendar, which no longer includes item number 4. Seeing no other lights, Councilmember Du Bois moves consent, seconded by Councilmember Cormack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Would you vote on the board, please? There are 5 votes in the chamber with Councilmember Niss absent. Vice Mayor Fine, did you vote on this issue?
Voting yes.
Vice Mayor Fine votes yes, and so that passes 6-0 with Councilmember Niss absent. So we now move on to item 9. We're going to skip item 8 for the moment and move to item 9, then we'll return to item 8, which is the Policy and Services Committee recommendation that the council accept the status updates of several audits from the auditor's office. Is there a staff discussion?
Yes, there is. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is David Ramberg with the Administrative Services Department. The 5 audits with status updates contained in item number 9 tonight come before the City Council as an action item since Policy and Services voted 2-1 on June 11th to recommend accepting them. As shown on packet page 257, one audit is complete and the others have action in progress that staff expects will be completed by the end of the calendar year 2019 or in early 2020, depending on the audit. Council is asked to accept the audit status reports tonight. Staff will be providing an update on the progress of these audits to the Policy and Services Committee by the end of the calendar year 2019. Staff is available to answer any questions that you may have pertaining to the audit status reports. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to, former Mayor Niss, who was Chair of Policy and Services, and would you care to make a couple of remarks on this?
I want to mention how smoothly it went, considering we are in the midst of deciding where we will go next. I thought it actually went quite well. So both Lydia and Greg are here in case they want to add anything to it. But I think that this was a fairly straightforward assessment of the audits.
Thank you. We now return to council for comments, questions, and motions. And I will move the staff recommendation.
Second.
Seconded by former Mayor Niss. Councilmember Du Bois.
So there was a 2-1 vote which brought it here. I guess it wasn't clear in the staff report what the issue is. So can somebody please say why this is in front of us and what's the disagreement over the audit?
Tell me where you are.
Well, this audit's an action item because Policy and Services didn't pass it unanimously. So what was the issue?
If you tell me where you're looking, I can tell you what the issue is.
This whole item, just item.
Councilmember, the no vote was cast by...
I don't believe that I was the no vote, so I really can't speak to it.
But why is this in front of us? If somebody can explain, but just understand.
I believe Councilmember Tanaka, you were the no vote. Care to comment?
Okay.
Councilmember Cormack, while Councilmember Tanaka is looking up his notes, would you care to speak?
Well, I did review the minutes, and I don't think Councilmember Tanaka voted no on all of them. I think it was just on the first one, the cash handling. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, fine. So while we're waiting for him to share his thoughts on that, I did review it. I plan to support it. Congratulations on completing the inventory management one. That's great. We won't have to see that one again, right? Okay. We already knew the cable audit was delayed, so that's fine. All the things with ERP, because we're upgrading SAP, those are all straightforward. So it did seem to me de minimis the cash handling issue that was left, so I plan to support it.
Mr. Mayor, could we get clarity on the 2-to-1 aspect of it?
Yes.
Because as I recall, going by whatever rules we may go by, if we don't have a unanimous vote, we bring it to the entire council. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And for brief recollection purposes, I believe Councilmember Tanaka's primarily focused on the one outstanding item, which has to do with taxing appropriate business meals, and that going back until 2010, and that was what stood out, if I am recollecting correctly and paraphrasing correctly.
So I was on policy and services, I think, when this audit came to us. You know, I did ask for clarification on this item, and again, I know a lot of Bay Area companies don't tax their employees on this. Is there any question that we need to comply with this? Is that an open item, or is it just a question of why is this still not resolved?
Part of the time that's taken over this past period has been to really scrub that notion. And every indication that we get back internally when we have our team meetings is that we do need to collect for this. We do need to tax these meals. They are distinct in IRS regulations. And although they're very small dollar amounts in our case, and very low volume, we have a handful of these per week. Tonight might cause a couple of these, that we do need to be in compliance, and that we do need to reflect these as taxable wages on an employee's W-2.
Yeah, I just think it'd be useful when something like this comes to us that the staff report actually reflect the issue of why it's an action item.
I have a light Fines. Is it Councilmember Koo? I was going to say Councilmember Fines in Ukraine. Okay.
So just the process, when there isn't a unanimous vote at Policy and Services and it comes back here, the full presentation doesn't go through again, just so that what we experienced at Policy and Services when there was a presentation on each of the items, that doesn't come back here?
So if I could just jump in. So the audit status reports always come to the full council. They're usually placed on consent because they typically come out of committee with a unanimous endorsement. Under your rules, if there's not a unanimous, it is needing to be placed on action. So it comes to council in that form. The type of staff report that's given is discretionary in terms of how the city manager and the appropriate staff feel best supports the council's decision.
And certainly often coming out of committee, we have specific direction to have a full presentation in front of council if it was something that the committee felt that the full council needed to discuss. I don't think that that was the case here, but in other situations that might be.
That's good to know. I didn't know that, we can give the direction at Policy and Services if we wanted a full presentation. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so looking at the notes here, basically the issue is that it wasn't so much the cash that staff talked about. The issue that I had on this was that there were a bunch of targets that staff had set out to achieve. And for agenda item number 1, basically they had target dates that were years behind, and that was the main issue. So the other agenda items, they were kind of within a year or so of achieving, but the first item, the big issue was the targets. From the target date to where we actually, the target dates were just way out there in terms of, we were trying to finish them within a certain date, but they were years behind, basically. So that was the issue I had on this one. But I do agree with my fellow colleagues, which is I think when there is dissension or there's some sort of debate, it would be great for staff to highlight that so that it's really clear as to what the issue was. But this one happened back in, I think in June, so I think that would kind of speed things up for everyone, is just to let people know why there was a no vote so that's clear to everyone. It's actually in the minutes. It's just, you have to kind of read through a lot of it.
So if I understand what you just said, your issue was not with the actual audit report itself, but the duration of the audit from start to finish. Is that correct?
It's basically, if you look at agenda items.
How long was it? All right.
If you look at agenda items 1 through 7 on that meeting, what staff did is, and I actually like how they did this, they have target dates as to when they're going to finish different items in the audit projects, right? And for agenda items 2 through 7, they didn't necessarily hit everything on the, on time, but they were pretty close, right, within a year. So that was good. Agenda item 1, the big issue was that these audits were like way behind. They were like due like 3 years ago, 4 years ago, like not just like 6 months ago or a year ago, but like way in the past. And so it kind of brings up the question of, I mean, we have targets. Why aren't we hitting them, right? We should be doing a better job. So most of it's pretty good, right? 2 through 7 is pretty good, but agenda item 1, if you look at the target dates, it's just like you're talking about years behind.
Have
right?
you got in front of you? What were the actual dates?
What'd you say?
What were the actual dates? The beginning.
You're going to have to go look at the actual. I mean, that's another thing. That's not really put in here. So
Right.
to make this easier for everyone, what staff should have done is on this report is say, this was the issue, this is why there was a no vote, and here were the dates but it's not here, so you have to kind of dig it up.
Understand.
Yeah, but if you really want to know, you could go back and look at the staff report.
Okay.
But basically, that's the essence of what happened.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Cormack.
I believe it was Councilmember Niss who was the second on this. I just wanted to let the clerk know. Isn't that what you stated?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, if we could just update the motion, thank you.
Could the clerk reflect that, please?
Thank you.
Seeing no further lights, would you vote on the board, please?
Check and see if Adrian's still out there.
And I will. And that we have we have 5 yes votes in the chamber, 1 no vote. And Vice Mayor Fine, have you voted on this issue?
I'll vote yes, please.
So that passes 6-1 with Councilmember Tanaka voting no. Thank you very much. Thank you for staff for staying here. And I think it's now 6:30, and I'm going to suggest we actually take a 5-minute break and then come back and do the rail item. Okay? All right. Shall we work back to resuming? Who's still not here? We have 1, 2, 3. Up. And may I say, I am so happy to no longer be recused on this issue, as I'm sure former Mayor Niss feels the same way. So the next item involves next steps on rail, and we'll turn this over to staff. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This will be dangerous because I don't usually get to drive the PowerPoint. Chantal will be joining us in a few minutes. I think she got delayed. So that said, appreciate the opportunity to come back and discuss what can't go backwards, so only go forward. I will recap the title of the presentation here, which is Options for Advising the City Council on Selection, Funding, and Support for Grade Separation Projects. Try to get a little more general in terms of the topic, again, to give the council some flexibility on how you ultimately take on the discussion as well as your direction. The slide that we have in front of you now takes a shot at rid of that. Shot at suggesting that it might be helpful to think about the ongoing discussions and our ongoing efforts related to grade separation in 3 discrete, while not linear phases. First phase being understanding of the options, which I would point out that the CAP or XCAP has been particularly valuable in helping us frame. And the second phase being community, and we've inserted the phrase regional conversations because it's both conversations with our residents as well as you've seen in some related items, regional conversations both with VTA, with Caltrain, and the like. And then the third phase being decision making. So let me spend a moment unpacking that a bit. First phase, in terms of understanding the options, this includes the engineering analysis, which our consultant AECOM has been diving into in detail. It involves getting input from neighbors to the particular locations that we're looking at in detail, and other stakeholders, and they're providing their input to that analysis, and in particular ensuring clarity and describing the issues, both the engineering jargon, turning that into layperson's language, as well as our graphics and the information necessary for us as a community to understand the options that we have in front of us. Second phase, again, just kind of a conceptual framework here, community and regional conversations, where, in fact, some of which has already occurred, stakeholders advocate for or against particular options, where we strive for community-wide awareness and engagement on the particular topics that are being discussed. And this is something of an addition, the regional component, where we need to reconcile our community discussions with regional initiatives that are happening, once again, within our county, within the Caltrain corridor, and in some cases regionally for the full Bay Area. And then finally, the decision-making, where all of those issues need to be reconciled with the regional and funding viability assessed as a part of what will ultimately be the City Council's decisions, that we develop our local funding strategy, which has to date been tackled via the Finance Committee discussions, and then finally leading to City Council consideration for grade separation options. As I noted at the outset, for this particular graphic, this is a non-linear process, while hopefully a progressive one, and also one that has varied by location. So it's not suggesting that this march through phases is happening by all options simultaneously. This has varied by the specific option that may be under discussion, and again, not one that necessarily reflects all at once. In fact, here I wanted to just recap that in some of the discussions already that have occurred with the City Council, we've in fact undertaken this process. We haven't referred to it that way, but in effect, the Churchill options for the hybrid, again, this is rail over road or reverse hybrid with road over rail, were evaluated sufficient for our community discussions, and largely, if I could note, largely based on concerns about property acquisitions and impacts that would be required, were determined to stop. So the council made that decision back in June of 2018. Similarly, other options have been addressed. The Palo Alto Avenue, you see on the right end there, in January of this year, an hourglass. So in effect, not a decision to stop it, but a decision to take it off on a separate timeline that we'll come back to at some point in the future. And then the last couple of lines here, that various other options, roughly 30 other options, and the citywide, various other options were discontinued in January of this year, and the citywide tunnel, after evaluation and some community conversations, were decided by the council to stop evaluation in May of this year. Then just to, again, a quick recap on where we are on a few, the two specific areas that are ongoing work. One is at Charleston and Meadow. Those two streets, given how proximate they are to each other, have largely been discussed as pairs, with the hybrid options, trench options, and viaduct options currently being evaluated. Again, the XCAP has been involved in that discussion, and in fact, we've had community meetings to discuss what those options portend. The significant option still under evaluation is the South Palo Alto Tunnel, whether it be a tunnel for both freight and passenger rail, or a tunnel that is simply or specifically for passenger rail with freight remaining at grade. That analysis is still underway, and the XCAP will be discussing that over the next couple of meetings, which will then lead to community conversations involving all of the options that are currently under evaluation. Moving up a little further north to Churchill, the Churchill crossing, ongoing work. Again, here at the top of this graphic, reference to the hybrid and reverse hybrid having been discussed previously, leading to the decision to stop consideration back in June of 2018. We currently have a closure option with a couple of subsidiary components. One is replacing the existing street crossing with a ped bike tunnel along the Churchill alignment under the rail, and the other being a question of traffic mitigation. Again, and let me finish off with the viaduct option, with those components still being evaluated technically and in discussion with the XCAP, which again will lead to community discussion, and I'm sure lively community discussion over the next couple of months. And then, as noted, that upcoming community conversations, November 7th of this year, being a key date for a planned community meeting where all of the grade separation options currently under consideration will be presented for community understanding, feedback, and definition or discussion of next steps based on that community meeting. Then to the specific issue that is the topic of the staff report that you have in front of you, a question of how to incorporate an RBRC, or RBRIC as we've been referring to it, a Rail Blue Ribbon Commission, into the upcoming really transition to community conversations and decision-making, recognizing that the XCAP has been intimately involved in the understanding of the options and some initial community conversations, but really a question for the council to determine what role going forward you'd like the XCAP to have relative to an RBRIC or other methods of specific stakeholder engagement. As we proceed to your discussion, some of the discussion points or decision points to consider that were noted in your staff report for the RBRIC would be the scope. What is the mission and method of organizing this RBRIC? Would you like them to be involved with the funding strategy, or to what extent? How will its work, the RBRIC's work, relate to regional transportation initiatives? Recently, you've discussed VTA, questions of governance around VTA, and how its administration of Measure B funds might be a factor in how decisions will be reached here in Palo Alto. Also, next week, you've got coming a report on the Caltrain business plan and its long-range service vision, so how that might factor into our local decision-making. And as long as I'm mentioning it, the other initiative that we know and are tracking is the Faster Bay Area potential mega measure, all being discussed for some action potentially next calendar year. And then finally, the RBRIC's relationship to the current XCAP, or the Expanded Community Advisory Panel. And the other subsidiary element for your discussion tonight, should you decide to proceed with an RBRIC, what's the composition and method for selecting RBRIC members? Based on feedback we've been hearing, the level of effort and time commitment that would be expected might be helpful to have at least some expectation set from the council. And this last note, these decisions are at council discretion. It acknowledges that this is largely you've got a pretty wide discretion in how to select and compose the RBRIC, and note that the conflict of interest applicability is one that may be driven by how you set up the design of the mission and the selection for RBRIC members, and Molly will chime in as might be helpful for to guide your discussion. In terms of next steps, pending your discussion here this evening, staff will communicate back with the XCAP. We have another meeting coming up, as noted on the calendar here. Sorry that faded out a bit, on September 25th, and a few upcoming meetings noted here, and also initiate the RBRIC selection process, again, as applicable based on your direction here this evening. And we note some upcoming discussion items set for the XCAP, as well as dates for upcoming meetings. And then finally, the city staff would refine our community communication strategy based on your direction here tonight. And just the last slide here, in earlier discussion with the mayor, suggested it might be helpful for us to try to take a shot at framing goals for your discussion tonight. So this is simply our placeholder. If it's helpful, great. If not, then no need to really focus on this. That perhaps a goal for discussion tonight would be that, as it relates to stakeholder engagement, that what we're really striving for is to support your informed decision-making on the preferred grade separation options, with a couple of subcomponents. One, that these decisions are positioned to obtain community support for whatever local financial commitments may be needed as next steps, and also recognizing the regional component to maximize the ability to obtain regional funding, and that may include non-governmental stakeholders in the strategy moving forward for implementation. And that you would provide that direction to us this evening on how you'd like to approach this, whether it be through the RBRIC, whether it could be your rail or other committees, whether standing or ad hoc, for the council as options for moving forward. So with that, I think I'll conclude and turn it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. And the next thing is we'll go to the public, but I think can I make a couple of remarks first? And can I see could you put up slide number 2 again, please? Okay. Yeah, that one. So first of all, thank everybody involved, thank staff, thank XCAP, thank all the people that are involved, and everybody here tonight in lending their time and effort to this marathon effort. I think the way that I want to urge the council to try to think about this as much as possible. There's been a lot of discussion about, should we have this kind of committee or that kind of committee, and how should we define it and so forth. And for me, I think it really comes down to, let's define the task or milestone or problem that it is we're trying to solve. And if we can get clarity on that, that will inform our guidance on how to organize ourselves to solve that one. And so the first arrow here, understanding options, my mental interpretation of the XCAP is that the XCAP's goal is to whittle down, is to help us whittle down the set of feasible options to a small number with enough engineering and technical and cost data that we'll be able to make a decision. That is, we'll have a small palette of options, right? And we'll be able to choose from those. But once we have a palette of options, we aren't done. We got to do the community and regional engagement. We got to figure out how to finance it, and we got to make decisions and so forth. And so the question of, well, when is the XCAP done? I think for me, the XCAP is done when we've got that palette. And then the next question is, okay, then we have to move on to the next phase, which is this community and regional engagement phase. And is the XCAP the right vehicle to do that? Is an RBRIC the right vehicle to do that? Should we resurrect the rail committee? Is that the right vehicle to do that? But to make that kind of decision, I think we got to focus on what the problem is we're trying to solve. And so I like the framing of this in terms of, okay, we're not asking somebody to duplicate the XCAP's work. Instead, we're moving on to the next phase of work, right? And so I think that's how I think would be best for us to make progress on this. Focus on the problem and then use that to inform how we organize ourselves in order to go after it. Okay, with that, let's go to the public. How many speakers do we have? We have 4. And the first will be Phil Burton, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Again, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I don't need all 3 minutes. A couple of quick points. First point, I have to say, I'm a member of the original CAP and now the XCAP. Please, whatever decisions you make, please be very clear on the division of responsibility so we avoid duplication. Second, whatever you do to reorganize the XCAP, the Rail Blue Ribbon Commission, please do not put XCAP subject to Brown Act disclosure. I will not submit to Brown Act financial disclosure, nor will at least one other member of the XCAP, and there's at least one other member of the XCAP who simply would be ruled have a conflict of interest. I don't think you want that situation where you lose this expertise. Final point, I know this is going to be a very long agenda item. A lot of points will come up. I would urge you to take the very unusual step after the discussion is done, but before vote, of allowing a second period of brief public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Roland LeBrun.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The first thing that concerns me is this presentation is not on the website, it's not in the packet. And while some of the contents that were presented here, I think could be useful in next week's conversation, I don't think that the majority of the slides actually spoke to the item in front of you today. Now, moving to a potential recommendation, my first remark is that it is very unusual to have an advisory committee reporting to the executive branch instead of to the corresponding governance body. As an example, the Caltrain CSE reports to the Caltrain board, not to the chief executive. So a better approach might be to elect an XCAP chair and vice chair and have them report to the council directly as and when necessary. With regards to the RBRIC proposals, the XCAP already has 2 mayors who are fully engaged and make significant contributions to the conversation. And it's also unclear what, if anything, outside parties, such as the leadership group, could bring to the conversation other than introducing the appearance of conflicts of interest. As an example, AECOM makes substantial financial contribution to the leadership group as a member. And since we touched on funding, we will be discussing this in more detail next week. I'd like to remind you that the grade separations in South County were in the 2000 Measure A. So far, the VTA has spent less than 1% of Measure A on these grade separations. They spent $34 million, and they spent in excess of $3.5 billion of Measure A on BART. So that's a warning and moving forward. And by the way, that was the reason why we stopped the 2014 Measure B, to stop the same thing from happening. And I think I'm going to leave it at that for now, and I appreciate the opportunity to return later. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Rosenblum.
Good evening, council members. I just wanted to say I already submitted a long email about how we should proceed, and I'd like to strongly disagree with both Mayor Filseth and with Phil Burton about how we should go forward. I think because whatever the council decides to do, it's going to have to be put to the voters to finance this, and they're going to have to be convinced that this is something that they're willing to pay big bucks for, and not something that's just a Band-Aid. So I think what we need to do is have a committee that can actually offer unbiased advice with a lot of public support, and that would be a committee based on the idea of context-sensitive solutions. This is an idea that was proposed to the Rail Committee around 2 or 3 years ago when Councilmember Dubois was the chairman, and was rejected at the time. And I think what we've come into now is a situation where the staff is driving the decision-making process. And that's not really what we want, because the staff is not going to be voting on what we're going to pay and what we're going to like to do. And one of the things that still sticks with me that came up in one of the 8 o'clock in the morning Rail Committee hearings was that we shouldn't be told that we can't have a pony. If we're willing to pay for a pony and take care of a pony, we should get a pony. We're adults. We can make hard decisions. So I again urge you to not go down this path of having an XCAP which is only advisory to staff, and then maybe another committee which is advisory to council. Put them all together and have a committee that consists of all the stakeholders and staff and technically competent people that can actually bring the council actionable items, and rather than have the council get down into the weeds of all the discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Adina Levin.
Good evening, council members. Adina Levin with Friends of Caltrain and Voices for Public Transportation, which I'll talk about briefly in the comment. So however it is that you decide to staff and configure the advisory bodies to work on the important rail decisions, I'd like to urge you to consider the opportunities and needs to look at the regional issues that really shape what the options and what the opportunities may be. As you know, in the Caltrain business plan and the state rail plan, the Peninsula Corridor and its grade separations have been identified as key to being able to increase ridership by 3 to 4 times and reduce congestion, taking the equivalent of a whole nother 101's worth of cars off the road. And that means that there are plenty of potential allies for funding for grade separation. The issue that's going on with VTA, where they may be considering using their limited bonding capability for one corridor in the region, shouldn't be allowed to constrain. One county shouldn't be allowed to say the region should be able to build out capacity here and not here in our regional network. That should be pushed forward as a regional issue and opportunity to make sure that there is the right level of funding and the right level of construction delivery to be able to help cities, including in Palo Alto, to pay for and to deliver the grade separations. And lastly, in terms of a regional measure, being able to elevate the importance of the corridor capacity to achieve win-win for like the goals of many different partners, and also looking at the discussion in the regional measure. There's a group called Voices for Public Transportation that Friends of Caltrain is participating with, along with other regional groups all around the region, focusing on sustainability and equity, to be able to have a measure that does deliver sustainable and equitable results, including the potential for funding mechanisms that are not as regressive as a full sales tax, but looking at other business tax mechanisms that could potentially help be more equitable as well. And I'll be happy to follow up on where that stands as part of the mix of the overall discussion about the important and really potentially welcome and excellent regional measure. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker will be Nadia Naik.
Good evening. So I wanted to echo certainly what Adina said, and actually what all the former speakers have said. I think Phil Burton's idea of coming back for a second round of public comment is something we used to do at Rail Committee, and when the conversation is this diverse and long, it is usually helpful. So I would certainly support that. I would also support Roland's comments that the packet wasn't posted, so we couldn't respond to the slides. I guess what I would say is this has been going on for a long time, and I just want to remind you how much has changed since you guys started this process. So it was beginning of 2017, you had Measure B had just passed, but Caltrain had not decided on its future plans, hadn't talked about moderate growth and high growth. None of that was on the table. You're on your second consultant for this project. You're on your third traffic consultant for this project. You lost a chief transportation officer. You gained a chief transportation officer, even though he's only been here a few weeks. So you had different council members who participated in the original, quote, 34 ideas. And so I want to reiterate that while it feels like we've been spinning our wheels, we've actually learned a lot during this process, and I think we've all, on all sides of this, both the staff, the council members, and the residents, honestly, have learned that there's different things that we didn't appreciate before that maybe weigh into this more. There are things maybe we were concerned about before that are less impactful. But I would just urge you guys to think about the fact that railroads get built every 150 years. So you're looking at investments that are going to stick around for a long time. And that means really taking the time to do this right, to think cohesively about the entire city. You know, currently your process is only looking at Meadow and Charleston and Churchill. But if you're going to be raising money, what about Palo Alto Avenue? What about the stations? Now that we know that Caltrain might double the number of people going to the University Avenue station, that goes from 7,500 riders to potentially a high of 15,000 riders. That's a lot more people that have to get to that station and a lot of stationary improvements that need to get made. What about our existing grade separations? Embarcadero was built in 1936. At some point, that may have to get rebuilt. And so when you sit here tonight and you think about an XCAP or an RBRIC, I would just urge you to think about the fact that you need clarity. You need a committee that, like the IBRIC, was not guided by the rush for a particular tax measure at a particular time, and instead looks at these issues really carefully and thinks about them cohesively and thinks about them for all residents of Palo Alto for the 150 years to come. Because it's a big decision, and I don't think you should be rushed to get it right, and I don't think you should feel tied to whatever happened before as guiding you as to what has to happen in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to point out that in talking about the decision-making process and who's doing what, please keep in mind that right now the XCAP and its predecessor, the CAP, are operating under rules which I don't think are amenable to reaching a good decision by the city. That is that the XCAP and the CAP before it are not allowed to vote. So how they reach a consensus or anything else is beyond me. And secondly, that the XCAP and the CAP before it report to the city manager, not to the council. And I think that really dilutes its importance or its the weight to be given to its decisions, because you're never going to know precisely what the XCAP really thought, because it's going to be mediated by what the city manager thinks. And that's not a criticism of the city manager, it's just inevitable when you go from one person to another to, it's the old game of rumor. You know that when you get down to the far end, it's a very different story than when it started. Thirdly, that the ex-cap and the cap before it do not have a chair or a vice chair. The meetings are chaired, and I sort of put that in quotes because I think it's a very different process when the chair is a consultant. You don't really have the same type of democratic process that I think we're used to having in our boards and commissions and committees. And in addition to everything else you're going to decide tonight, I think you need to address those issues as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Herb Borak.
Good evening, Mayor Filseth and council members. The report mentions that the ex-cap is not subject to the Brown Act because it's advisory to the city manager. I thought the important thing was who created the ex-cap. And if the city council created the ex-cap or its predecessor, cap, then it's a committee subject to the Brown Act. In regards to taxes and grade separations, I prefer general taxes, and then it's up to the voters to elect the city council that they believe will represent their values on the division of those general taxes between services and infrastructure. Non-residential properties have been providing a decreasing share over the past 40 years of money for general services. They would prefer a specific tax just for infrastructure because they regard it not as a tax but as a fee for service, although they would still like other people to pay for as much of it as possible. Looking at the Plan Bay Area 2040 and the Caltrain projections for ridership, they would their increased ridership would just be providing a minor fraction of the total employment growth that's projected in 2040. So essentially what you would be doing is saying there'll be all this employment growth, and most of those people will not be coming in by train, either on motorized vehicle or bicycles or skateboards or walking, and that employment growth will not happen if there are not those grade separations. So in a sense, cause and effect is being reversed. So I don't think that's such a good idea. Ideally, those involved in the land development business and those in the corporations who will be benefiting by the grade separations should get together and figure out how to fund it and have those grade separations in place before they get their entitlements to need them. This way, some way to, sometimes I don't hear former Mayor Klein exactly correctly, but it sort of sounds like there's a decision that people want to be made, and you're being asked to create a committee that will make a decision that's already been decided, rather than having a group deliberate and come to you with advice. Thank you.
Thank you. We now return to council for questions, comments, and discussions. Councilmember Niss.
Since we're pretty early tonight, do you think maybe we could do 2 rounds of questions? Often I hear somebody else and I want to add on to it.
Yeah, I think we could be here. We've got enough time to do this right. You want to do questions first?
Actually, yeah.
Why don't we do that? Why don't we do a round of questions first? Councilmember
Yeah, I've got
Niss.
a couple of questions. And I want to thank Nadia Naik for showing me some illustrations. And Eric and I are back here for a short period of time. I have no idea what some of these proposals would look like. Are there some pictures of them?
Yes, in fact, there is a whole library at this point. So to that point, as we move into more community-wide engagement, I think we're definitely talking about how best to ensure that visuals are adequate.
So I would welcome either somebody from staff or somebody from the community filling me in. I don't know how Eric feels. Maybe you've gotten enough feedback, but it's a little daunting to be diving into this without some idea of what these things would look like or take or whatever. So my second is, I think I'm hearing paying for our own grade separations. And that really troubles me because one of the reasons we supported the last measure, transportation measure, was because promises were made. And I was hearing Roland tonight, who often knows what's going on in other spots, say, and this happened when I was on VTA, a lot of the money gets sort of sucked up by VTA. And we're left out in the cold. So was that part of what, I don't know, either the group that was meeting or your staff envisioned, was that this would be paying for our own or paying for some part of it, or?
Really the latter.
I don't think Mountain View or Sunnyvale are talking about that at all.
I think, yeah, the individual cities are at different points in their own development. We're operating with the assumption that based on the concepts that we've seen to date and initial cost estimates, that there will be additional funding required beyond the $350 million that we might envision as Palo Alto's fair share of the Measure B grade separation pot.
Well, before we do that, though, I hope we'll look at state money, even federal money. But state money, one of the flyers I found today said there will be a lot of state money if high-speed rail doesn't go through. Now, that's an if, but I hope we'll keep an eye on where those other funds are and be tracking them. This is a wildly expensive project.
Yes.
Can I chime in on that one too? Which is, you get diving in, trying to catch up fast on XCAP and so forth. I mean,
we missed several stations.
We did. Right? My take is that the XCAP, the output of the XCAP is going to be, okay, here's a set of N alternatives, and it's more than 3 and less than 15, right? And we're going to know enough from the outcome of the XCAP process. We're going to say, okay, this is the palette, right? And looking at this, you can see the range of what's going to cost, right? And I think we're getting an idea of that already, right? But we'll have a more specific idea. And so in answer to former Mayor Nissa's question, it seems likely that the amount of money available for Measure B isn't going to be enough. And we got to get more somewhere. And we've talked about a couple of internal mechanisms, and you're raising the possibility that, maybe we should go after external money, state money, possibly federal. In my mind, this next task, okay, we're going to finish the task of coming up with a palette, right? The next task is to figure out, the community and regional outreach and figuring out what's feasible for us to pay and how to go, and what's feasible for us to raise and how to go get it. That seems to me it's part of the next phase task, and so that's one of the things that we're going to have to do. And so as we discuss how do we organize ourselves to move forward, I think, one of the things we're going to want to go is, well, what do we need to achieve in this next phase? And to me, that's one of them, right? Councilmember Cormack.
No particular order, just a list of questions here. Could you give some more clarity on how you envision the RBRIC would be staffed? I understand it wouldn't be AECom, but what would that look like?
That's certainly something, depending on the direction from council, we'll need to dive into. Our initial assumptions is it would be city staff. And so understanding the level of effort required in order to provide support to the RBRIC would enable us to come back with an estimate on here's what it might take in terms of dollars, if that were the issue, or competing priorities and what other priorities might need to be put on shelf in order to provide staff support for the RBRIC process.
Okay, so the person in the budget that we put in to work on the train projects, would that, in the event that person is hired soon, that would be one of this person's responsibilities?
That would be part of it, yes.
Okay.
Referring to this is the senior engineer, I believe, to support rail.
Okay. So I reviewed the XCAP video, and I'm still not clear on who can propose a new alternative and how.
We really, I'm sorry to respond directly to that question. We have not really set up a process for that. You know, quite frankly, at our last XCAP meeting that came up, and I'd be surprised if there were options that haven't already been suggested, and if so, what they would be, and you know, we should consider what viability they have. Having started with a range of 40 some odd options, we thought we had a fairly good grasp of the range of options, and at this point I think we've come to the point of really being able to talk about variations on the themes, the basic concepts of each of the grade separations, and if that's effectively what a new idea would be that as a variation on a theme, then I think we can accommodate that on the fly. But that does need to happen soon. The design workshop that we have scheduled at the end of this month might be an opportunity to elicit some of that and see where that leads.
Okay. The community meeting on November 7th looks like it's going to have 7 alternatives. It seemed like a lot to cover. You know, one of the community members spoke at the XCAP meeting about doing pre-work before events. So can pre-work be created for that November 7th meeting so that community members are able to participate effectively?
Possibly. I think the pre-work comment was in relation to the upcoming design workshop.
Right.
Recognizing that that was going to be kind of a deep dive, as we said, and maybe a lot of jargon being thrown around. The November 7th community meeting is really intended to be for the community. So should not really require anyone attending to have done prerequisites in order to fully engage in that discussion.
Okay. Does it make sense to include the stations in this process?
That's a good question. You know, typically, you know, to be blunt, Caltrain considers stations to be part of their responsibility. And as such, there is some funding under Measure B for Caltrain system improvements, as well as I think it's fair to assume that Caltrain will have its own inherent interest in ensuring that the stations function effectively. Quite frankly, that's not the case for grade separations. They consider grade separations to be a benefit to the community rather than necessarily one for their system, to the extent that their system has preemption and, you know.
How do they think people are going to get on and off their system?
Well, at the stations, that's the factor. Grade separation is not necessarily the case, although obviously they see a safety and reliability benefit to the grade separations.
One of the things that isn't indicated in the staff report or the slides is a time frame on decisions for the 3 alternatives for Churchill, Charleston, and Meadow. And prior, you know, slides, we've had a lot of discussion about that. You know, I see the part about carefully competitive. What do you feel, what does staff feel the time frame is for the decision on these 3 alternatives?
Let's see, the current XCAP and our AECOM consultant scope basically has that reaching a conclusion at the end of, or before the end of this calendar year. And really not defined how the council decision fits either in that same time frame or extended beyond it. I think recently we've talked about with Arbrick or, again, depending on how the council wants to proceed with that, extending through the spring and potentially through May or June, and still be in the range of preparing for a November ballot measure if that's a part of the funding strategy going forward. But again, those are variables, and the council can direct us as to how you'd like to proceed, either with that time frame or a different one.
Okay, so December or June of next year. Okay, and then my last question is, if we decide tonight to do an RBRIC and we choose an open application process, could we get that done in 2 months?
I think that's not too unusual for a commission appointment cycle, so I think we hopefully could fit within that timeframe.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I actually just wanted to go to packet page 254, which were my questions I submitted ahead of time. And generally, I think you appreciate answers rather than just like refer to the report. So a couple of these things. So question number 2. So I was asking about Caltrain and the 4-track issue. And the answer is kind of a non-answer. And I'm just really not sure what we're supposed to do with that. All right, so my understanding is Caltrain seems to be preferring the medium level of service, but they don't want to eliminate the high option, which seems to indicate we need potentially 4 tracks, at least at Cal Ave Station. And again, if we're going to start looking at these scenarios, what does that mean for Meadow, Charleston? And this answer kind of says that Caltrain's considering it, but it's not part of the scope. You know, and so what does that mean?
Well, to remind you, the council heard directly from Caltrain's representative on this topic a few weeks ago. And I think he specifically said, plan or design not to preclude 4 tracks in the future. And quite frankly, we've pushed them on what does that mean, and including a PRA to tell us what you know or what you can show on what has been evaluated. And there's not much there. They have indicated that, and again, I'm paraphrasing, I don't want to characterize what Caltrain's thinking, because quite frankly, you know, staff is not unlike here. Staff is doing its work, looking at a variety of options, has yet to have board direction on what the service vision will state. And that's an item for the council to be considered next week in comments on the service vision. My understanding is that the way they describe the 4 tracks is that under the moderate service level, that a passing at a station in the North Santa Clara County area would be required in order to accommodate high-speed rail. And so that could be California Avenue, it could be one of the Mountain View stations.
And just to clarify, I thought in the high-speed scenario, that was to accommodate Caltrain itself at the stations.
I believe it's both, and that in order to accommodate Caltrain's high service scenario, that accommodating high-speed rail and their own high service scenario would require passing tracks which are not necessarily at the station. And so I think presumably that they would be both moving and passing each other while moving. So now others in the room will know a whole lot more about that than I do. Again, the response here to the question was not intended to be evasive. It was to reflect that we don't know a whole lot, quite frankly, about what the
it just has huge impact on our work. And, you know, anyways, we'll get into it in comments, I guess. But again, I'm just trying to kind of see if we can help narrow in on scope and thinking about what we do going forward.
Yeah, I think just to close off on that topic, I think in our report we do make a reference to, you know, there is a potential that at some point in the future, if Caltrain were to formalize its position with respect to 4 tracks, that could be a requirement that precludes any or some of the options that we're considering. But again, that's something we don't really know at this point, so difficult to anticipate.
Yeah. And my next question there, you know, we've been trying to engage Caltrain, VTA, Stanford. It wasn't clear to me, even after reading the report, why we think inviting them again will have a different result. I don't know if you have any more light.
I would just give a personal perspective and maybe an opinion that it will largely depend both on the venue and what the expectations, what Palo Alto's expectations would be of their involvement, and at what level. I think what we found is on the technical issues that Caltrain as an example, really the way engineering on these systems work is they will not be able to respond real time to questions. There's really a process that they would refer you to in order to get a question answered. So that's the nature of, I think, some of the technical issues. On policy issues such as viability of funding, again, maybe the responses will be processed, but you'd expect more of a, not unlike what they do in their own organizations, a policy board to be at a higher level in the organization and able to provide more perspective than necessarily answers to specific questions. So I think depending on how it's constructed, we could invite the other, these institutions, including Stanford, to participate. And again, it depends on the circumstances as to what response we'd expect.
But it's possible they wouldn't join the committee. They might come and participate in some meetings.
I think that's a reasonable expectation, yeah.
Okay, and then the next question, I'd really like to spend some time with the city attorney, because it's come up time and time again. These kind of the rules around conflict of interest and the Brown Act, and some of the responses I guess we saw from the FPPC was, you know, if things are advisory but not decision-making, that seems to be an important criteria. And so could you just kind of explain really what the law is in this area, I guess?
Sure, thank you very much. It's important to take those two questions separately because the answers don't necessarily proceed in tandem. So whenever the council creates a body by formal action, that body is subject to the Brown Act. If the city manager creates a body and informs the council that he's composed a body to advise him, that committee is not subject to the Brown Act. So it is a question of the council creating a body by formal action, which it's form over substance. It's not just if you take a vote, it's if you select members, if you direct their activity, if you direct the staff to create a body, that body will be subject to the Brown Act.
And the Brown Act means public meetings, not having a majority talk to each other.
Yes, the key pieces are
revealing financial information.
Yeah, as once somebody
correct.
pointed out, revealing financial information, right?
That's not part
a
of the Brown
separate issue. So the Brown Act has, the key pieces of it are that the body needs to meet in the open, where the public has the opportunity to come and be heard. They need to have an agenda that's announced in advance and stick to the agenda. And as part of all of that, then a majority cannot confer outside of that process. Okay, those are the regular rules that you follow, and those are the key pieces for Brown Act. The financial disclosures and the analysis of recusals for conflict of interest are a separate set of issues. Okay, those are the issues that you're familiar with. We go to the FPPC when it's a gray area or there's a concern. So in those rules, many Brown Act bodies are not subject to the conflict of interest rules. Some are. By tradition, Palo Alto treats all of its standing committees as subject to the conflict of interest rules. That's not necessarily legally required, but it is your practice. The rule is the one that we've discussed and the public has talked about several times. So if a body is created and it is going to make a final governmental decision, as some planning commissions do, and you could create a body on this topic to do that. That body, all the members of the body would need to follow the conflict of interest rules in state law, which means they'd need to file a Form 700. We would need to look at whether they have financial interests that mean they cannot participate in the decision. So in this case, for example, very nearby property owners who are near to the crossing areas that are the primary subject of this council's discussion, those folks would not be able to participate in those discussions. Just as council members Nis and Mayor Filseth were for quite some time told by the FPPC they could not participate because there were areas that were as part of the decision-making process many months ago that are close to their financial interest. Now that council has narrowed the FPPC has given us at least limited ability to bring the 2 council members back, and we're still waiting for final advice from them. So that's the first part of the FPPC's determination of when you have to. The other times are, essentially the key one is if a body that's composed and planned to be advisory over an extended period of time makes recommendations that are adopted without significant amendment or modification, then that body becomes a governmental actor and subject to the conflict of interest rules. So it really is discretionary for you. If you were to set up a body and say up front, we really want this body to grapple with this set of decisions, we want them to look at all of the best engineering information and all the various inputs the community desires and comments on the issue, and we want to make a recommendation, and we really plan to give that such substantial weight. It is our plan that that will be the decision of the council, although the council has final decision-making authority. That body really should, that's a decision-making body then, because you've given it essentially a charge, you've empowered it to make a recommendation that you have stated you intend to follow. Okay, that body needs to follow the financial conflict of interest rules. If you say, and then you do, the other method, which is to say we want to be advised, we want to be informed by a body, and we will seriously consider their input along with other points of interest and input and data, and we expect to make some modifications, and we will make the final decision. And then you in fact do that. That body does not have to follow the financial conflict of interest rules. You can ask them to follow it, and you sometimes have done that with certain advisory bodies.
But a good example, like the comp plan committee was council appointed, I think it was Brown acted, but they were advisory to us, and we did not have them follow the financial rules.
It's my recollection, there's also a special exception to the conflict of interest rules for comprehensive plans. So that's a special case.
Okay. But this would be an ad hoc committee, not a standing committee. And if we said it was advisory.
We use the words ad hoc and standing to refer to committees made up of council members.
Okay.
So that's another option here. You have, but because you're council members, you would be following the financial.
But I thought you were referring to the Planning Commission as a standing committee when you were talking about that.
It's a regularly established and ongoing committee, and so this committee would not. It would be of limited duration and subject matter assignment. You could also use a council committee for some of this decision-making process as well.
And the reason we want to do this is so that we don't get sued, our decisions aren't considered. If there was a potential conflict, we would potentially have to do the process over.
That's correct. If a financially interested actor participates in a decision, they have personal responsibility and can be held personally responsible by the FPPC, meaning fined or sanctioned in some other way. And the decision that they make or contribute to making can be set aside by the court, and the city can be sent back to the beginning to start again with a process that is not influenced by an impermissible conflict of interest. So it's a serious matter, especially with a significant project like this, where you can anticipate, regardless of what set of decisions you make, there may be some folks who feel it is not the right decision and who may, wish to be looking for flaws in the process.
Okay. And I think I heard you say we're still waiting for clearance on the council members. You passed out a letter last time that gave clearance on this specific item. It looked like an emergency letter for the RBRIC discussion.
That's correct, and we've asked for what's called formal advice. That was informal advice that they gave us because they have had our request for quite some time, and they knew we had an item. So they are working with us to kind of work their way forward, but they need to finish their process to issue formal advice. Please understand, though, that for Mayor Filseth and Councilmember Niss, and for every council member, these issues are never finally determined so that we don't have to think about them again. Every time there's a governmental decision that changes in its scope. So for example, some members of the public today said, perhaps we want to talk about stations, perhaps we want to talk about Palo Alto Avenue. Right now, those things are not within the governmental decisions that or before you immediately. If you were to adjust the scope, we would have to do this analysis again. And for example, if we were to bring Palo Alto Avenue back into the process, we would excuse Mayor Filseth from our deliberation. Because as PPC has already said, he may not participate.
Okay. So moving
I
on.
hear a lot of reasons why we can't do anything.
So I also have a question, kind of order of operations, and kind of, again, what our problem we're trying to solve tonight. So I guess my question, we've heard in the past that we needed to get to preferred alternatives to have a project that we could go out and apply for grants and look for other sources of funding. And so our focus was to kind of get to a set of preferred alternatives. And now it sounds like we're also starting to want to look at an overall funding plan. And so my question really is now the time for that? We still haven't gotten to a set of alternatives. Is there a certain order we should do these things in, or should we really start these things in parallel?
I think we've used the term iterative, recognizing that there's a relationship between the decision on a preferred alternative and what's affordable, and what's affordable depends on the dollars we believe we have access to. So that's really unfortunately, it's not an order of operations. It's a bit of chicken egg involved there.
Okay. And then I had a similar question to Councilmember Cormack on exploring variations of options, and I too watched the XCAP video. And again, I think it was April or June, I think council formed the XCAP, and we really asked that they be allowed to look at some alternatives or some variations. It didn't feel like the process is set up to allow that. I hear what you say about we're not going to have some entirely new idea. And looking back at those conversations, I really think we are talking about having a structure that would allow some committee the freedom to iterate. Like you said, a lot of this has felt very linear. And so I would really like to see us get back to more of a design charrette or a workshop. And, do you think we're going to have the chance to be able to do that? And again, even in that XCAP video, there was a lot of talk about the roadway variations. I think that a lot of that is what we were thinking about, that we haven't seen a lot of detail on some of these options. We spent a tremendous amount of time on Churchill and not very much time on Charleston and Meadow. And I think, seeing some options and having a workshop or a charrette where we could really explore some things, that's what I'm interested in. I'd like to see. I mean, do you think we're going to be able to get there?
For those who didn't watch it, the XCAP had a debate over the term charrette versus workshop, trying to reflect the expanse of sort of white sheeting involved. The team is working up, based on a series of questions that XCAP members shared, in what they would like to explore at the workshop, to be able to structure it in such a way that does allow kind of a maximum give and take. So, things like the location of the alignment of a viaduct or the line versus, and the potential savings or difference with a 2% grade versus 1% grade, alternatives on what could impact the thickness of an overhead structure to minimize its height. Those are definitely things that I think the team can be prepared to talk about. And there is, on the traffic side, there have been a number of discussions, very conceptual, and I think our new traffic consultant's very able to engage in that. The one that I'm, I guess, personally a little less confident that we'll be able to get into as deeply as some community members might like to is this roundabout that's really not a roundabout. It's been called a number of different things, but it's not round. So it's got a little different shape to it. So it requires maybe a little further work, but we're thinking through how best to get the right resources as a part of that discussion, either on that day or in any other way that would be necessary to, again, to your point, make sure that we're able to fully flesh out perspectives and bring other expertise if necessary to the conversation.
Okay.
Can I actually follow up on Councilmember Du Bois' question for a second here, which I think is fundamental, because, I mean, I've sort of interpreted this as what we shouldn't do is appoint a new committee that's going to go back and redo the work that the XCAP has done, right? And so that means we shouldn't stop the XCAP until they have delivered their alternatives, right? How soon do we think that process is? I mean, are they almost done, or they have a lot more work to do? I mean, do we think they're going to make the end of the year? Or, I mean, how's it look? Right?
This may get back to the fact that, to this point, the XCAP has not been a voting body. And I'd be curious, and I'm not sure how it would actually end up if they were to take a vote on whether they're done or still want to.
But there must be some way they reach conclusion and termination.
Yeah,
right?
so
they have a task, right?
The council gave us the mission of trying to get consensus off of the XCAP, and we haven't quite figured out how we're going to do that, which is exactly the nature of the iterative process. So having some direction from council, if it is for the XCAP to appoint a chair, vice chair, as the case may be, and define something of a decision-making structure as to, what does consensus mean? Does everyone say we're done versus, calling the question on debate, or is it a majority saying that we're ready to go? Now, that said, it will raise questions, I'm sure, on the composition of the XCAP, because this is a collection of willing volunteers. Did not have geographic, we tried to balance it as much as possible, but, that said, may not reflect an equal representation from each neighborhood along the way. So I think there are a number of factors that we'll need to flesh out in how you'd like to define that.
Because my read is the XCAP's done pretty good, though. I mean, I think they've done a pretty good job. And so
I completely agree. They have been really effective at telling us what's missing in our analysis and how to make it better. And again, in the context of understanding the options, they've ensured that our technical team has communicated and translated in some cases jargon and even opened our team's thinking as to what some of the options would be. So I think it's been really effective at that. That said, going forward, if we were to put the XCAP in the position of needing to make a decision on, let's say, closure versus viaduct at Churchill, the dynamic of that is something that we haven't really encountered with the XCAP. Again, as a collection of volunteers who have been, again, very interested in hearing other perspectives, when pushed, if pushed, and let me just paint a picture, and this may or may not be the right one, but to push to take a vote, closure or viaduct, which one are you voting for? I think the dynamics of that can get uncomfortable for neighbors.
Well, I mean, if the outcome of the XCAP isn't viaduct, not closure, or vice versa, if it's just, here's the pros and cons of viaduct versus closure, here's the pros and cons of closure versus viaduct, and the costs of both, can they reach, is that a consensus?
I think that's certainly a reasonable expectation of what the XCAP can produce.
So if that's a reasonable expectation, because I think that's enough for the next phase to evaluate, to begin the community and regional engagement process, right? So how close are they to that? What's your sense?
I think the XCAP can get there by the end of the calendar year. And again, XCAP members are here and can speak for themselves if they disagree, but I think that's doable.
Because I hear some concern from this side of the dais that, actually maybe we're not as close as that.
Saying the XCAP's the new group they just started. It's continued. I mean, there was a previous CAP.
One quick thing. Have any actual decisions been made other than a tunnel will not be part of the process?
Decisions by council? Yes. In fact, just a quick.
Slide.
Yep.
Slide 3.
Yes, here we go. Hybrids have been eliminated at Churchill. Again, those had potentially a number of properties that would be impacted, either partial or full acquisition required for either of those.
I'm not going to stop you. Keep going, but I don't know what the hybrid or reverse hybrid is.
That's where the road goes partially up and the railroad goes partially down, or vice versa. That's what the hybrid did.
So, no, this helps, Ed. You've said, okay, take these on. I need that primer,
Will do.
somehow.
Be happy to do that. Offline.
I think that may be a little harder than than one might think.
So I actually think this is kind of an important point for this discussion tonight, because if the the vertical gray line there, understanding the options, right? I mean, we're sort of talking about the definition of when have we reached that point, right? And if we reach that point by the end of the year, right, then that's sort of colors our discussion one way. If we're not going to reach this point until next June, then it's probably way premature for us to be talking about how we do the community and regional engagement process and all this other stuff. So I think that's actually a fairly important point, which is how close are we, to that, right? We are sort of trying to pipeline this a little bit.
Has anyone thought this could be under 5 years to accomplish? That wasn't rhetorical. I really wanted an answer.
Let's see, under 5 years to get to which point? The selection.
Any part.
Well, selection of an alternative. I think we've been on this march for. Has it been about a year and a half at this point? Maybe a little more than that, since again, really trying to focus on what are the options and getting to preferred alternative, and that would be under 5 years if we made the end of this calendar year. But still, obviously, lots of work ahead. This leads to, again, starting an environmental process on the options, then more detailed engineering design review by the agencies, including Caltrain, as well as, in some cases, the Water District and others, and funding needing to be secured, and all before you could even start construction.
I think it is a key question, and there are members who are on both the CAP and XCAP. Maybe we could have a few of them just give their take on how close they think we are.
Are you invited?
Yeah. Can we do that? Can we procedurally and legally do that? Right.
Right.
So
Aren't we doing our first round of questions? I feel like we sort of stopped, and I think the public was asking for an opportunity
sure.
to...
Why don't we do that? So we'll finish our first round of questions, and then after we finish the questions, we'll invite members of the XCAP to participate and have a discussion about how we reach the gray line and how far away it is. Is that reasonable? Okay. Let's see. I have a light on. Let's see. Is this Lydia? Is this you? Okay. Councilmember Koo.
So I wanted to ask, is the process going to be tied to the tax measure? And if that's so, then what year are you tying it to? 2020, 2022, 2024? I mean, I hope it would be interesting to find out.
Let's see, our current schedule to get to, again, understanding the options before the end of this calendar year would allow a 2020 consideration. But the design of a tax measure is part of the Finance Committee's work plan, and a whole variety of factors are coming into play there.
But also, Caltrain itself has said that they are not going to be able to complete what they are hoping to complete within the next 2 years.
Let's see. I'm not sure what that refers to.
Well, there was an article that just basically said they're in need of funding, and they're looking for funding themselves, and that they're not able to complete their plan or implementation of their electrification, that it's going to take longer than that, than what they had originally planned. So I think that's another question that we need to kind of find out if you're not sure. But I do have, articles that do state that they're delayed. Then also, at the March 18th meeting that we had, there was a motion that was made where it says in item C, direct staff to return to council with a plan for a community working group which reports to council and would focus on recommending consensus-based project alternative based on funding and technical issues and ideas for communication. Goes on to say, well, I think that's about it. So there is direction from council for the community working group to be reporting to council and to focus on recommending consensus-based ideas.
I'm sorry, Councilmember, could you repeat the date on that? Was that November?
March 18, 2019. And
I believe we came back the following month. and there was further direction that went
And
back to having the group report to the manager.
I have that also. No, it doesn't say that. April 22, 2019. It just says add more check-ins with council.
I will pull
Yeah,
that
so
up. Thank you.
please look at that again. But, I mean, based on all of this, I'm starting to wonder, why are we forming so many different committees? I remember when I first started on council that there was no community working group, and we had real issues in terms of coming to understanding all the technicalities, all the different aspects of grade separations. And then when we finally formed the CAP Community Advisory Panel, things started to happen, even though every time I watched a meeting, there was almost an hour spent on asking questions about process and what they can and cannot do. And, you know, even now that we've moved into the XCAP, we're still grappling with that. I mean, the last meeting I watched, 1 hour and 24 minutes was on process and what they can and cannot do. Another meeting previous to that, same thing. It's not efficient, and I don't understand, why is it that we can't just use something that is already proven, something that has already been done, such as the context-sensitive solutions? That's already been used by other communities, and it's already a proven system or approach. Why can't we just use that instead of forming another committee that we haven't even defined a process, a proper one? No, so the mayor said that is forming another committee, but I wouldn't say that because it would, bringing a CSS process, we could move all the XCAP members into the CSS committee. Is there a reason why we can't do the CSS process?
So while folks are looking at the history, I think one issue that I recall that was important to the members of the community who were going to be participating and to the council is that the group would be formed in such a way that it wouldn't need to follow the Brown Act. And a group that's formally created by an action of council and reports to council just does need to do that. So I think that was one of the reasons why this process was set up, where the group would be created by the manager and advise the manager.
So how does the other cities work with the CSS process? I mean, obviously, it's something that's been done, especially to address transportation issues, transit projects.
Well, I don't have experience with that I can speak to, but I can tell you that you could create a body that that reports to you, and it needs to follow the Brown Act. It's just that simple. And many bodies created by the council do that. But I recall there was a desire in this case that the body would be able to work outside that process. So you just have to choose one model or the other.
I appreciate the legal side of that. So, I mean, is that the only reason on the city manager's side that we cannot use the CSS process?
To be quite honest, that discussion happened more than a year ago, and I don't recall the particulars of why and how that took shape. You know, to a certain extent, I think CSS is seen as an ideal that how it would be implemented in this particular situation may be less clear. And so really can't give you a more specific response than that.
So I just want to, I mean, a member of the public had wrote in and actually provided a paragraph in in addressing CSS. And it says CSS calls for the interdisciplinary collaboration of technical professionals, local community interest groups, landowners, facility users, and the general public, including any and all stakeholders who live and work near the road. And for those who will use it, it is through this process and this team approach that the owning agency gains an understanding and appreciation of community values and strives to incorporate or address these values into the evolution of its projects. It seems like this is what we've been trying to accomplish and achieve. And so far, it's just led to more committees being formed or proposed.
So if I could give you one perspective on that, the reference to the owner is typically the owner of the facility. And we do have a very distinctly different situation here in that the owner of the facility is Caltrain. And Caltrain is not advancing the grade separation projects because, as referenced previously, they, to date, and again, not to characterize any motive here, but it's not their priority. Grade separations are not their priority. They are our priority in order to maximize the compatibility of their system and minimize the impact that it has on our community. And as such, the ability to, as was described, get all of the stakeholders in a room and to work out the best path forward is inherently different in this situation.
I understand. Yes, you're right. It is Caltrain. Although I do want to say that in reading Caltrain's business plan and then reading their newly put together organization assessment, they're actually putting grade separations as a high priority and even looking into funding it. So I think that we need to delve more into looking and reviewing and understanding what their organization assessment reports states. They're even talking about having a separate agency take over the grade separations or operating. I'm sorry, I don't have that in front of me. But they're looking at a win-win solution. And they even talk about in this organization assessment report that when it comes down to it, local jurisdictions have a need to be, they find value in local jurisdictions' input because this involves that city. And they know going forward without it, it won't work out. So I would highly encourage my colleagues, or perhaps even for you to look further into the CSS process, because going about it this way is not, it's not really helping. And I see, when I watch the video, there are new members that have joined the XCAP, just as Mayor Filsef and Councilmember Nis has just joined in, and they have a lot of questions about where we are, what does this mean, what does that mean, and we have all these terminologies. So either we take a step back and catch up everybody, and at the same time look at a process that works. And with the CAP, when they came on, it took them 1 year. I think you said 1 year. So 1 year later, we're almost back at the same place. But they have achieved so much in terms of providing value and also, I can't say recommendations, but basically recommendations to you, where it has helped the council formulate a lot of decisions. So I would say, let's just do it right. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, I think that, a deep engagement with Caltrain on this is essential in all the ways that you talked about and what they're doing, and to the extent that their orientation toward grade separation shifts, it's all to the good. At the same time, I think that we've done an enormous amount of work that actually doesn't conflict with any of that, right? I mean, what we have done is we started out with a blank sheet of 40 or 50 different alternatives, and we've sort of systematically narrowed it down to, and we're approaching finishing, narrowing it down to a small technically feasible set from which to continue that process with. I think I would hate for us to just start that over again, because I think that work is valid, no matter how we interact with Caltrain. And so I think, going back and starting all over again with all new committees and redoing all that work, I think it's hard to see how that best serves the community, unless we did it wrong, but I don't think we did it wrong.
I'm not saying to restart the committee. What I'm saying is that we go and do the right format with the CSS. It's not starting over, it's just morphing into CSS, but using CSS guidelines. And another thing that I was kind of thinking about was, how do you see the ARBRIC members communicating or negotiating or getting information in the at the regional level when we are not getting any answers as council members? So how do you see that coming about with ARBRIC members engaging with regional committees or organization where they're going to get answers which we haven't been able to get? I mean, I still remember Council Member Cormack and you and I and meeting with Caltrain and, or Samtrans Jim Harnett, and it was a half an hour meeting. I was late, but I was half an hour late, and you guys were done with that meeting. So, I mean, that just was short and sweet, and I don't know how much engagement that was either. So if you're not able to engage, why would the ARBIC members be able to engage and get regional solutions or answers?
Great point, and I do think that it depends on how the mission, the charge of the ARBRIC or the body is defined. If there are specific areas of feedback that we are requesting from, whether it be Caltrain or VTA, I think we're more likely to get direct responses, whether it be things like in your item next week, question as to whether Caltrain would be interested in participating in financing of grade separations. That would be the type of topic that might have a major impact on our options as well as the direction we had with our own decision-making as well as theirs.
I think before we do all that, I think the council needs to understand the organization's assessment and have a review of that report. Otherwise, we will look like as if we don't know what we're talking about, because they do address a lot of it in the organizational assessment report. So I hope you'll find the link and send out the report to the entire council so that we don't send a letter that is asking questions that they have answers to already, or that they're attempting to answer, or they do find that they need to address. So for the, for the charrettes, or what is it called? The design workshop that you guys are working on, the ex-cappers from the meeting, I understand they're not allowed to organize the workshop? It's a question. You see the high tone?
We had the intonation, got the intonation. We discussed that at our last meeting last week, and I think we're going to make adjustments to the agenda based on the feedback from XCAP. There was originally a concept of having it break up into small groups so people could get more direct conversations going, but I think based on that feedback, we're going to hold it all as one session and talk about each of the options in sequence so that everyone will benefit from each other's questions and discussion.
So the workshop is only for the ex-cappers?
That we had a long discussion of that, and really a question of it's open to the public, and in fact, we know council members may be attending as well, and at the same time, allow the ex-cap to dive into very detailed discussions that, quite frankly, if we required the conversation to be very understandable to someone who had not participated in any rail discussion before, they'd be really frustrated and leave angry, as I suspect we've even seen with some of the XCAP meetings, because someone who has not spent the amount of time that our XCAP members have spent on the topics just doesn't feel, or might not feel, that the meeting was productive for them. And so we're trying to convey that adequately to the general public, that if you're trying to find out what's going on, this is probably not the meeting for you. November 7th would be the meeting for you. And so that's the balance we're trying to strike.
Okay.
Open to the public, but
it's
allow
an
it to
XCAP
get really
meeting.
detailed. Yes.
And before you form this new committee, or we come to decide on the committee, you're still going to have ongoing XCAP meetings?
If the council were to tell us stop, then we would stop. At the same time, I think you've got options to consider.
And then on the Embarcadero, I think the traffic person from AECOM spoke about expanding or replacing Embarcadero. How did that get into their discussion?
Let's see. This requires a couple levels of response. This is all in the scenario of closing Churchill, that if Churchill were closed, that traffic mitigation is needed in some of the surrounding streets. And so the Alma Embarcadero interchange, however you describe it, because it's multiple intersections, is a part of that discussion. So that's where modifications of Alma and Embarcadero have been part of the XCAP discussions lately. And so that ultimately will be rolled up to the community meeting on November 7th. Based on the feedback, what's determined to be viable, options that are not viable. The prior traffic consultant had some concepts that were some fairly novel ramps that I think were generally received as well as my suggestion that the Arboric be former elected officials. So that one's no longer being discussed. So just as an example. So working through the details, but it's all a corollary to a closure scenario. If you close Churchill, then what are the changes that might be needed in surrounding streets, including Embarcadero?
How do you see the Arboric interacting with the Technical Advisory Committee? Is there even a Technical Advisory Committee at all?
It would basically replace any need. We haven't really held a technical committee for grade separations for a while. We've been, our team consultants have been directly working with the individual agencies, whether it be Caltrain, the Water District, in some cases even separate conversations with school district, PAUSD, to understand their issues that are more productive to deal one-on-one rather than trying to bring them together as a committee.
So would the Arboric or XCAP be able to have subcommittees?
Again, that's subject to,
pertaining to specialized areas?
However, the council would like to direct that work. I would say that, part of my job would be to come back to you and let you know what resources would be necessary to support that and how we might design that in a way that is most effective.
Okay. Well, thank you for now.
So, yeah, I was going to say, so at this point, I think it's pretty important how close the XCAP is to done. I mean, I think your question about, what about Embarcadero? I think we need to understand if we are to correctly, if the council is to correctly evaluate a Churchill Street closure, we need to know in some detail what the traffic impacts are going to be like and mitigations for that on Embarcadero so we can figure out, is it feasible, how much is it going to cost, and so forth. And so we need to get to that level of detail on all the alternatives so that we can make an intelligent decision about it without having to go back to the consultants and so forth for more and more, right? So I wanted to come back to how close are we to that point, and how is the process that we bring the XCAP's mission, so we say, okay, the XCAP has discharged their mission, and how close to that? So I was going to ask if Larry's still in the room, Hey, Larry, how close are you guys to done? Can we entice you to come to the mic and chat about that a little?
Well, I hope you're going to ask the other ex-cappers that are here. I see we've come up with a new noun for the English language.
If all you guys could be prepared to do this, I see Nadia out there too. Right, so
Nadia's been living through this.
I see Adina, right? So yeah.
Well, I wasn't a member of the CAP, so I've just been at the an ex-capper for the last 3 months or so. And I think that's a very interesting question. It really depends on how much detail you want us to go into. And let me use this opportunity to say that since I've been familiar with CSS now for 5 or 6 years, I don't think this is the place for it. And the reason for that is it works or doesn't work, but at least willing to have a try at it, when the parties have a position to start with. The city of Palo Alto doesn't have a position yet. And the purpose of the XCAP, whatever other advisory group, and ultimately the city council is to figure out what our position is. So then it can participate in meaningful discussions with whether it's Stanford or Caltrain or some state authority as to what we want or don't want. Right now, we don't know. So if somebody says you ought to do something or other, the city right now, the city manager is not in a position to respond to that. And I think that's what we really want to get to is what's our position? And I think we haven't heard quite enough at all about what are we willing to spend? And the mayor asked a question about how do you go back and forth between what we want to do as a design function and how much can we afford? And I think that's really an essential thing. And the XCAP really hasn't gotten into cost yet. The consultant is going to be bringing that to us in the near future. But then that's only step one, because then you inevitably have to say, oh, gee, that's a great number, which I really doubt, because these are big, big numbers. And you say, okay, can we do some design engineering, some cost engineering here to knock 50 million or 100 million or some non-trivial amount of money off whatever we're talking about. And I think that might lead us to going back to looking at whether the council really wants to enforce the idea of not using eminent domain, which is where the policy is right now. And I'm told that there might be other ways of looking at some of these alternatives if the city is willing to use eminent domain. If just to pick numbers out of the air, if a different alternative than we have up there because of this sort of no eminent domain rule, if we could save $100 million at the expense of taking 5 houses, is the city council willing to do that? Or in other words, or to put it on the other side, if you're a taxpayer who lives in some neighborhood that's not impacted, is that person going to say, you guys are willing to spend an extra $100 million so as to save 5 houses? Tough call. And
20 million a house, and even in Palo Alto, that's
still pretty high. Yeah. Anyway, that's the type of trade-off I don't think that we're even close to getting to. And this is not a decision that is solely in our hands. Once we say what we might want, and knowing Palo Alto, we might very well choose an alternative that has more bells and whistles and costs more money than somebody else, whether it's the state or VTA or whoever else says, well, you guys wanted the Mercedes-Benz solution, and we're willing to give you some money, but it's based on the Ford solution, so take that back and play around with it some more anyway, the XCAP hasn't even started talking about that. But just on the basis of, to get back to the question that the mayor asked, I would say next spring is a reasonable time if we put the committee on a probably 2-meeting-a-month basis, and we have the necessary consultant and staff support, which I think we would get. So we'd have basically 6 months or so from now. I think that's a reasonable time frame that could give you the opportunity to make a decision in time if you wanted to put something on the ballot in 2020. And if you don't want to put it on the ballot in 2020, at least it leaves you with the time, at least you'd have the ability to say, okay, we're sort of done on that basis, and maybe we can use that, the final alternatives chosen as a way to negotiate with, whether it's Caltrain, and negotiations with Caltrain are inevitable because we're talking about all types of issues. The two off the top of my head are this 1% grade versus 2%, and whether or not they might want to insist on this idea that a 4-track solution is necessary in South Palo Alto, and if Caltrain really insisted on that, you'd have to probably resurrect the XCAP or something similar to it, because we haven't even talked about what type of design would be necessary if you're going to a 4-track solution in some portions of South Palo Alto. That's maybe a long-winded way of saying that the more I got into it, I decided to start keeping a list of all the possible variables here. And I think that we're over 20 now, so that come into play one way or another. It's the analogy that I've come up with is that people like to talk about 3-dimensional chess as being really tough. I think we're in 4-dimensional chess.
At least. I think we got strings and stuff like that.
So I'd say if one of the things you gave to whatever advisory group you want to set up here or keep, that your instructions are that the report, its report to you should be done by April 30th or May 15th, I think that would be reasonable.
So let me make sure that I understand. So at the moment, the XCAP, has basically been reviewing 3 or 4 alternatives for South Palo Alto, 2 for Churchill, right? And hasn't really taken up Palo Alto Avenue in great detail. So that's...
No, hasn't taken up, as far as I know, Palo Alto Avenue at all.
Right. So that's 6 or 7 possibilities now. When you say that, geez, when we look at the price tag in those 6 or 7, right, we might well, and you're right, and it's the council's responsibility to do that, not the XCAP. The XCAP doesn't. The XCAP doesn't take the heat for this. The council takes the heat for this, right? When you say, we might well look at that and say, okay, how can we carve $100 million out of this and $150 million out, and what if that involves the eminent domain re-entering the picture? Are you talking about variations on those 6 or 7 alternatives, or are you talking about adding in some of the ones that we declined previously?
Don't know. Too early to say, I think, on that basis. But when you say 6 or 7 alternatives, I think that understates the issue, because when you talk about closing Churchill, then you get into the traffic issue. And as I think Lydia knows from sitting in on the meeting last time, right, that's where a great deal of our discussion went once we got off the procedure. And I don't think we're even remotely close to figuring out what the right or what the preferred. I should always use the word preferred, because I think there's no such thing as a right solution here. It's only what we come up with that's the most palatable. And the traffic solutions at Alma and Embarcadero seem to me so far to be very, very complex, tricky, and we haven't even talked about what they might cost. And well, just for example, here's one issue we haven't really talked about when we look at those traffic solutions. We haven't talked about what the effect would be on either Pali or Town and Country, where a lot of the construction would have to occur. So those are significant portions of our community, and they need to have some input as to, gee, if you do this, X, Y, or Z is going to happen to us. The school board representative has participated or is a member of the XCAP, and she's had a few comments along those lines. Town and Country has not been heard from at all. I just again point out this gets to the idea of what has to be accomplished in whatever time period we're talking about, and I'm suggesting the, what's that, 8 months, I guess.
Right. You're talking about sort of end of Q1.
Yeah.
Okay. To have at least, and so to make sure I understand what you just said, so end of Q1 to have sort of a flushed out picture of, because taking the Churchill example, assuming we don't bring in another alternative, which, is not completely out of the realm of possibility, but assuming we're looking at those two alternatives and we're weighing the closure versus the viaduct, which are the two, right? So in order to have a sufficient understanding of the costs and difficulty and trade-offs of those two things, including mitigations for the traffic on Embarcadero if we close the closure, in order for the council to make an informed decision on that, you're thinking we're end of Q1 to have that for the XCAP to be able to produce that?
I did add another month or 6 weeks. You had March 31st, and I was saying April 30th.
Oh, okay, so Q2, right. Okay. Right, but not end of year.
Okay.
That was, I hadn't expected that, but I wasn't totally surprised, right? Tommy,
so Larry, thank you for all that. I just wonder if we could hear from a couple of people that were on both the CAP and the XCAP.
Yep.
I think you ought to.
I see, David.
Let me ask
We still have
one
two
question
council members
before.
who haven't asked questions.
I know, and Adrian's waiting on the phone for this too, right? So.
Let me ask one possibility. Charrettes have been used successfully in the past. What's your opinion of how a charrette might work with this particular situation? They tend to be far more
I'm smiling,
intense.
Liz, because I was, along with one or two other members of the XCAP, very critical of the use of the word charrette. If you get your phone out and look up its definition.
Can we use a different definition?
Sorry? A charrette is not the appropriate word here. A charrette, if you look up the definition, is designed to where parties come together on a final design. They exchange design ideas, and hopefully, a charrette would be a perfect idea if we were designing a new city hall, and you brought a bunch of people together to look at 4 or 5 designs, and they say, take this portion from one and the other. We're not there, and that's not what a charrette is at all. So we persuaded staff and the consultant to stop using the word charrette. What this meeting is coming up is really akin to the study sessions that council has from time to time, where you have a meaty subject and you dive into it on a deeper basis.
I hear you. You're saying that we're not ready for a decision yet. You want more information, more data, and so forth, but not a decision, because a charrette does mean a decision.
The charrette means decisions of people who come to it with different. They're different parties. This gets back to the same thing as the CSS.
Yes.
We're one party. We're the city.
Yeah. Okay, I still like the word.
I do want to let Adrian talk, but if we got other questions for Larry on this topic, right? Go ahead and weigh in, or other XCAP people on this topic.
Yeah, I wasn't sure where we were in the process. And Larry's new. He had a lot of good thoughts. I think it'd be interesting to hear from some people that have been on it longer.
Sure, by all means.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Adrian next, and then to. Oh, you have a question for Larry? Okay, great. Go ahead, Councilmember Tanaka.
Actually,
So Larry, for you, sorry. So what do you think about this proposal about the art brick?
Well, I testified in favor of it last time, but let me say, I think what's important is...
I mean, the current iteration of it.
I'd be in favor of a lot of different formulations of it, but the idea, I think, is to have a group advising you directly that I actually think it's a good idea to have Brown Act rules and conflict of interest rules apply. I think that gives the whole process more credibility, and I think that the city is going to need credibility when it takes this to the voters. I think most of us have found when we talk to other people in the city that vast majority of the people right now have no clue as to what's going on. And they're not going to like the price tag, and they're not going to like a lot of other things about it, because this is something that doesn't really improve their lives. All it does is prevent a problem that they don't presently have. So that's a tough sell. I think that you need to have one body, whether you call it the XCAP or whether you call it the RBRIC or whether you call it something else, to take all this information and the financial, the design work, the impact on neighborhoods, the relationship with all the other bodies that are involved in this, and give you our best advice, and the council then makes a decision and we go from there.
Thank you.
Adrian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, everyone, for all the questions and the work of the staff so far. Apologize if my connection is poor. A couple quick questions for staff. On the XCAP, is there any way within the rules we have for it to report to council, for them to have a chair, or for them to vote on recommendations, or is that outside the rules right now?
I think that it is up to the council, and the council can reformulate the XCAP if desired to report directly to the council. I think, as Molly pointed out earlier, there may be some implications of that we want to think through, if that's the direction you want to head.
Okay. A few people have mentioned that the problem of folks, whether it's public or council members or interested parties, kind of entering this discussion perpendicularly, where they're not quite up to speed, but they need to get there. And staff has mentioned the November 7th meeting is a good way for folks to do that. Do we have kind of like a primer or a presentation or a regular set of meetings where folks could enter this process from the side and then kind of get into the mainstream?
Not yet, but that is an excellent point. We've been talking about how to accomplish that and put together, again, sort of the entry point for residents who are probably familiar with the topic, but not the specifics. And that will be one of our next steps. It has not yet been developed beyond the website, which actually was recently redesigned, and I think is much easier for a person who's just entering the conversation to get a sense of what's been going on and where we are.
Okay. And then just one last question. If we were to take the step of reinforcing the XCAP as opposed to launching a new RBRIC, what would that look like from staff in terms of resourcing, in terms of how you would ideate it and reinforce that?
Let's see. So if the direction were to use, work with the existing XCAP, rather than add the RBRIC. I do think there are a couple of considerations. One would be if you'd like it reporting directly to council, that would be fine. I think that we'd want to work with the presumably chair as to how that would work. You know, I think it's a reasonable expectation that there may be some requests or recommendations from the group that would be would require some change to our existing contract with AECom. And so we need to look at what those might be and how to address those kinds of issues, whether it be the number of meetings, the duration, the type of collateral material that's put together. So I think that would need to be negotiated, but we would certainly take that on. And then really a question of how far and kind of what the mission would be of the XCAP in this case relative to the council itself, and is how far in the realm of regional funding would you expect or want the XCAP to get? And maybe more basically, what are the questions you'd like the XCAP to answer, and that we could help formulate their work plan accordingly?
I think it's good. Devil's advocate question here. Does it matter who the XCAP reports to? The council or the city manager?
Only for Brown Act purposes, which you have had some input from XCAP members really recommending that they not be subject to the Brown Act.
But in terms of its deliverable, because, I mean, I guess my concrete view of its deliverable is enough information that we can make a logical decision whether to do a viaduct, or we and the community, right, can make a logical decision whether to do a viaduct or close off Churchill, right? I mean, and what I just heard is that even if we don't give the XCAP any more to do, like, worrying about financing and so forth, it's still going to be until next spring until they have that information. So from that perspective, does it make a difference? From that deliverable, does it make a difference who they report to? It sounds like no. The only issue is Brown Act, and right, assuming that the city council and the city manager talk once in a while.
Correct. Yeah, thank you.
Just to be clear, though, so the city manager appointed the XCAP. If we continue the XCAP, he's appointed them. We could still ask them to come report to us occasionally, like Larry just did. Yeah.
Yes,
absolutely, and the rail committee.
Certainly.
Yeah, so in terms of whether there should be, I mean, how the XCAP prepares its, whether there should be a vote or a chair or a palette of alternatives, I mean, can we ask the XCAP what they think they should do? Right? I mean, like we picked on Larry before. We pick on Nadia, right? Right, and we get Judy here. I mean, how can you deliver us the information, and the city manager the information of that we in the community need to make a choice of a viaduct or a close off Churchill?
If I might interject, just to be clear, I think in the room we have Nadia, Adina.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Phil.
Larry, Phil.
Sorry, I picked on Nadia because she was in the front row.
Judy.
Right?
And Judy. So you've got a number of XCAP members here.
So I think it might be easier to say the things that I think make sense about what the staff has actually recommended. So I think what makes the Blue Ribbon Committee so attractive is that in essence, they have all the things that the XCAP doesn't have. They have a chair, they have a vice chair, they can make subcommittees. I think what's really interesting about the way the IBRIC was formed was, number one, that they were specifically not tied to the timeline of a tax measure. And number two, that they basically were given, the members that were selected because they had technical background, financial background, and then some of them were at large. And so they had different experiences. And so, I think that the difference between what the XCAP right now, just because for the purpose of the mayor and for Councilmember Nis, because you haven't been following along, we are not discussing Palo Alto Avenue, and we have not, as a committee, either the CAP or the XCAP, ever been asked. The council at some point deliberated whether the discussion of Churchill should be separate from the discussions of Meadow and Charleston. And there were several people who recommended that the Churchill Embarcadero issue is actually lumped together with Palo Alto Avenue and the station area, because there are some alternatives where it could impact that and have it be together. That was never asked of the XCAP. So the problem that the XCAP has, in my opinion, is that while I think the city manager has been super gracious and about his appreciation for the work that we've done, the reality is we've never been able to give a recommendation, a group opinion. We can't vote on anything. And to think that we would be in any position to make recommendations, none of the process thus far has been architected to get us towards even making recommendations. We've never been asked what we would need. In fact, I'm not even sure, especially now with the addition of the new members, what areas of consensus we might have and where we might differ. I think there's very broad policy questions that would offer a group like the XCAP or an RBRIC guidance. And I think, to your point, it would make sense to ask our group formally, what are the areas of policy guidance that you need? So, for example, does the Embarcadero grade step eventually need to be replaced? And therefore, is that something you should consider when looking at creative alternatives? Does the city have a policy overall about groundwater or about, long-term climate action issues, and, would trenching for a mile be an impediment to that? I have no idea, but I think there's some pretty big policy questions that we would benefit from being able to, pose those questions. And so I think to your question about how long it might take, that absolutely depends on how many meetings you're going to have, the availability of staff to staff those meetings, and frankly, whatever arrangements and changes would have to be made to the AECOM contract if that's who would continue to give us support. So I don't think I could say. And honestly, because we've never been asked as a group to have any decision, I can't even tell you think about where we might all be as a group, because it would be unfair to say that. I do want to say, and I'm going to take off my XCAP hat and speak as a Palo Alton, I am concerned that any group is going to be asked, to Larry's point, there's no right answer, right? There's going to be preferred recommendations. And these are hard. They're not, you guys don't even want to make these decisions, much less a group of, the rest of us. And so I think you have to be very careful not to have a group where somebody could come and question what potential conflicts the group could have. And so I personally don't have an issue with there being a Brown Act requirement or a conflict of interest requirement, solely because I do think that in the long run, if there's any question about the kind of recommendations that were made in any way, that would frankly be advice that could be discarded, and then that would be a waste of our time.
I think that's right, but I think on the policy stuff, especially where there's difficult decisions, I think, we should not be laying on the XCAP, okay, the responsibility for making those kinds of decisions. That falls on us, on the council. And so the issue, since you bring up groundwater, so one of the comments is if you dig a trench, there's enormous groundwater impacts in southern Palo Alto. The judgment of whether we should do that or not, right, surely lies with council, right, not with the XCAP. That's an unfair burden to put on the XCAP.
But
right? Guidance,
right? We would need guidance if the city had a stiff policy about.
Okay, I understand. As opposed to, okay, here's the pros of doing the trench in South Palo Alto, and here's the cons. And one of the cons is it's going to take, X many million gallons of water a day, groundwater. That would be part of the palette, right? And then, the stuff that we think we need to know. But yes, you'd like to have some policy guidance, because whether to conceive and consider that option or not. Is that?
Yes, and I would add that, frankly, what former Mayor Klein was saying, we have not actually received, because we've not been asked our opinion or for a recommendation,
right,
we've not actually had any guidance about what is the final determination in terms of potential eminent domain. And
right.
So basically, by the time the CAP was formed, some alternatives out of the 34 had been removed,
okay,
and then throughout the process added back in, because they had been made by former council members who just decided they didn't like it, and then we came back and said, we've taken out those alternatives for not some great reasons, we should put them back. So, I think it would be fair to ask any group, especially since you have 6 new members, to be able to review, how did we end up where we are, and do we as a group have questions for the council of hey, we're not clear on how you guys really got to this point to begin with. Here are all the questions. But we can't have a design workshop or any kind of charrette until we can understand as a group where we are, and frankly respond to what policy guidance we might need or what ground rules we might need to understand to then be able to work within that time frame. But I think you guys should be very specific, just like the iBrick was, where you had a very specific set of questions that they had to answer. I think those are the types of things that would really help guide whichever group you end up deciding to do tonight, and that would really help then figure out, both for the staff and for any members of the committee, what the process should be and where we need council direction. I would also say that I think one of the challenges has been, both for having Rail Committee and the staff agenda, you also need to put this item kind of as a repeat item on your council so that you don't end up going 9 months without talking about this stuff. And so in some ways, having an independent committee puts the onus on them to really be bugging everybody to say, hey, we need to get to council. And so I would just say that I know it's always a challenge. I know your staff, your agendas are very loaded, but maybe there's a ground rule that says you cannot go more than 3 months or 2 months without this coming back to council, even if it's just a check-in to see where we are, because time flies, I've figured out after 11 years of doing rail.
So, what I think I'm taking away from all this discussion is, and it applies to both an RBRIC or an XCAP, is, we actually need to explicitly define a deliverable for that group. And I guess we haven't done that for the XCAP, right? So I think we need to define a deliverable, because otherwise, how will we know when you're done? Right?
We don't know what we're doing.
Right, well, you hide it well, okay? So, okay. So I'm thinking that one of the things that we need to do is figure out how to define a deliverable for the XCAP, right? Judy, you want to weigh in on this at all?
Thank you for asking me up to speak. I'm kind of surprised by this process. We have a committee. Each one of us is an individual on that committee. We don't have a group process. What Larry and Nadia have explained to you should paint a picture of well-intentioned individuals who are not in a common effort. We're all learning, we're all doing a deep dive. Some of us have been diving longer than others. It's unbelievably complicated. We're nowhere near, even if you said, by the end of Q2, come to us with your top 1, 2, and 3 preferences. I don't know how we would do that, because that hasn't been the focus. But I do want to just start out by saying that there is a committee of individuals. Each one of us could come up here and give you a little bit different version of the answers to your questions. And these are really, really good questions, because it's pointing out the difficulty of this process. I think the city manager has set up a very good approach to learning about these different grade separations and bringing in technical help. But it's unbelievably technical. It really, I had no idea how technical it was till we started to do some of these. So for example, and then now, having said how unusual I think both that process is and this evening's discussion, where you're choosing a few people who happen to be here out of the blue to come up and talk to you, I don't think that's really going forward the very best way to get your feedback, but okay, thank you, I'll take the opportunity. And I only speak for myself. I can't speak for anybody else, and that is one of the points that everybody's making for you. I will say that there are so many other complications in designing what's going to happen with these grade separations. So, for example, at our last meeting, we were discussing the Embarcadero one, and I said, has anybody talked to the people that own Town and Country? No. Has anybody, I'm happy to go talk to them, but that's an important issue. What is the economic impact of disrupting the main avenue to Town and Country? How many people will continue to go shopping at Town and Country if the street's torn up and there are just diversions and whatever. Has anybody even looked at what the economic impact would be? Has anybody looked at what the other side of El Camino, what would happen to the Stanford flow? I mean, we haven't even begun to look at those questions. There was an issue of a pedestrian overpass from Pali to the shopping center. I don't know if that would involve a taking of some of the land that belongs to Town and Country. I don't know, but and then people pointed out, but there's already a bike path, and there's so many little details. And then I would just finish, because I think Nadia and Larry did a very good job of painting some of the questions and how we're not lost. We just didn't get direction. We're not lost at all. The staff has been amazing. The consultants are great. We're just not. We don't have an end game. And so it's all been great learning, but I don't think there's an end game. I would recommend that you not start all over again. Please don't start all over again. I think that would be a terrible mistake. Somehow a hybrid committee or something. There's an awful lot of intelligence that has been created. But I would say that the most important thing is to give some direction. I don't know if there's a hard deadline, but some direction, and to take into account all of the other impacts that so far this committee, the XCAP, is not looking at. I'm sure eventually they would, but not now. And so consequently, there's just no way to give a preference. The last thing that I would say is that the people on the committee, who are all volunteers, to be there. I can't speak for every one of them, but everybody is pretty committed and doing what they can. But if you accelerated the process and met more often, I'm not sure how many would be able to participate, and that would be a shame. On the other hand, I know you need to get to some decisions, so. Any questions? No? Okay.
I'm looking at the city manager. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I'm looking at the city manager. So,
and I'm looking at the clock.
Yeah, I know, right? So how do we define? How do we define the end game for the XCAP, or how do we define the end game for that first green arrow? Understanding the options, right? To put it in problem speak as opposed to organization speak, right?
Quite frankly, I would consider it a very productive approach to have that be our next discussion with the XCAP. And as you've heard tonight, there are probably as many opinions to that as there are XCAP members. Okay. But to try to reach some consensus as to what it would take to feel that they're adequately defined and describe the options that would then lead to a productive community discussion of the trade-offs among those options.
I'm sort of reluctant to have the council say, okay, this is the deliverable tonight without consulting the XCAP. Right. So, okay.
I think that could be very productive. Our next meeting is scheduled for the 25th, I believe, of September.
Great. I'm out of town that week.
So Eric, just process check. I mean, I think we've finished questions perhaps, but I think a lot of council members probably have comments, including on process. So what do you want to do?
Let me catch up writing. I think, in my mind, we sort of uncovered two threads here, right? One is, how do we achieve the definition on the XCAP process, or the Arrow 1, understanding the options process, right? Which we're going to have a
process.
Which we're going.
You're kind of jumping ahead a bit, I think.
Well, yeah, okay. So I mean that's fair enough, right? But how do we reach closure on understanding the options? And the second one is how do we organize for the community conversation side, and when?
I wonder if we could have a 10-minute break to collect our thoughts and then come back and do comments and motions. It's 9 o'clock.
You want to do that? We've been hammering on this for an hour and a half.
Just take a few minutes
Let's take a 10-minute break and chill for a second, and yeah. We'll see you at 9:10.
I'm still
that a general way you want to head?
Give me a second here.
If so, I'm going to suggest you make a motion.
Okay, so we're gonna return here, and we're going to return to council for. So we've had a bunch of questions. So what we've done so far is we had a bunch of questions, and we've had what is almost a little like a study session. You know, it's on the XCAP, right? And I think that what I've heard is that in the next XCAP meeting, which is the 25th, we, council, some subset of us, possibly the rail committee, should have a discussion with the XCAP team of, you know, kind of what the output format that they're going to deliver, what the deliverable from the XCAP is, so that we can say, okay, you hit the deliverable, and so now we're there. And maybe it's in stages, as Larry said. You know, I mean, we're going to do this, and then, you know, we're going to try it again. But at least something concrete as to how we describe what we got from the XCAP, because I think that the next body, assuming that the XCAP, I guess I'm leaping, assuming that the XCAP is the vehicle for understanding the options on this slide, right? You know, we need to be at that gray line, okay? Which is, you know, for the Churchill, right? Here's the viaduct option. Here's what we need to know about the viaduct option. Here's what we need about the closure option that we can look at it and go, or the RBRIC or whoever's else involved, we can look at it and go, okay, I know enough about the broader technical details of that when I map that to the financing and the community and the impact and all the other stuff, right, and the region and so forth, we can say, okay, we prefer this option, right? Without having to go back and ask, well, what's it going to cost to reconfigure Embarcadero, and is Town and Country Village going to be, you know, so adversely affected that we can't do it, right? So we need to know that kind of stuff. And I think we need to have a discussion with the XCAP of, you know, how does that package get to council, whether it's a consensus or a vote or preferred alternatives or a list of pros and cons of each of the major alternatives or whatever it is. Okay. So assuming we get that, how do we proceed down the next phase, which is the community and regional engagement, right? And and how we're going to finance this thing, right? And so that's the discussion of the RBRIC, right? So, I mean, I think there's also a question worth discussing, and I'm going to stop talking and open up for open up for discussion. I think there's also a question worth discussing of, geez, are we at the right point in time to do that, or, you know, is it going to be many more months? But again, if we decide we're going to form, you know, an RBRIC to take on the second arrow here, it's going to be a couple months till we got it in place and so forth. So if we decide, you know, no, I mean, the rail committee will just do it, then, you know, that's a different thing, right? So that's where I think the discussion should go of, we should shift onto the RBRIC, right? How are we going to address this community and regional engagement piece? How are we going to organize to do that? Who's going to do it, right? With the understanding that one of this phase's key inputs is going to be the technical assessment from the XCAP. Councilmember Niss.
Let's see if we can at least get something out on the floor. I think the direction we're heading is to have the XCAP continue to meet for at least the near future, and at the same time ask staff to begin the process where, say by Christmas, Ed, we could be looking at an RBRIC that could move us in that new direction by the beginning of the year. So making that as a motion, it would be I'm moving that the XCAP committee can, I guess CAP is the committee to begin with, I guess the XCAP continues to meet as they have been, that we get perhaps a bit more focused on what they're actually going to answer. And I think questions like Judy Kleinberg's tonight were very helpful. And that we ask staff within the next quarter, since I like this new quarter idea, which would be, say, by the end of Christmas, you bring back to us a possibility of an RBRIC that would head toward decision-making, which of course would end up with us for a final decision. Is that getting close?
And do you mean an advisory body or a decision-making body?
Decision-making.
You want the RBRIC to be a decision-making body?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Not, I mean, those decisions that are made are not, all decisions come back to us.
To make a recommendation,
Yes, right,
a recommending
right.
body, okay.
So they decide on a recommendation.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes. I mean, I think this is a good night for us to kind of be moving back and forth across the
I will second this if
DS.
you are open to some amendments.
Wait a minute, are they going to be 13 or 14?
Well, you said some things, and I'm not sure how strongly you meant them, like continuing the XCAP as is. And I'd like to see some changes to the XCAP.
And what would you like to see?
Okay. So let's do, well, okay, I was going to say.
I mean, I could jump.
Okay. I was going to say, all second, and you can propose amendments, right? We could do it that way.
Let's
Unless
try
you want-
that,
unless you want a
because
second.
You sometimes have a fair number of amendments. So we'll consider there's a motion on the floor for now.
Okay, the motion on the floor, so.
Is that it, Jessica? Is that the total of the motion?
If you could confirm that for me, that's
fine.
my interpretation. Okay,
Yeah,
great.
that's fine. And under C, I think that we would have a staff report by the end of the quarter, Ed, which would mean by the end of December. Okay, fire away.
Okay. So Tom, fire away. No, I seconded it. I think this is a procedural thing to move us forward, right? And I think this is going to take a bunch of input and crafting to do right. Councilmember Du Bois.
So let me make a few comments before I just jump into motions. So could you put up slide 1? So first of all, I'm not convinced that this is the right process. To me, this looks like an engineering kind of waterfall process, and I think it's part of the problem. And I'm not sure that was the intent. I think we were just trying to provide some clarity, but it seems to be implying some things, that this is like a linear process. We're going to step through, we're going to understand the options, we're going to do this, and then we're going to make decisions at the end. And I think what we're hearing from the public, and I think we've heard it from council, is we really want an integrated process. We want some feedback loops. We want the ability to iterate a bit. And that's not really captured in this process. So I don't want to belabor it, but I just want to point out that I'm not necessarily bought into we're just moving to the end of phase one, and we never look back. You know, we've been working on this for quite a while. I think a lot has changed since 2015 or 2017.
Since 2014.
Yeah, so we do have Caltrain starting to talk about taking responsibility for grade separations. You know, they have a new business plan. You know, when we talk about a rail infrastructure committee, to me that was implying something bigger than looking at 3 grade crossings. To me, that was more like the iBrick and starting to think about improvements to rail, including the stations. And there is money in Measure B. We've been talking about the grade set money, but there was station improvement money, and there was also some fungible money that, because our roadways were high quality, we could potentially apply to other things. So, you know, I kind of started asking myself what problem we're trying to solve, what's the goal. We just formed this XCAP. I think you guys who haven't been involved, we did have a cap. They were very much kind of providing community feedback. Council was somewhat dissatisfied with that process. We had a pretty recent motion in April. There was some reiteration in June about giving the XCAP more authority, really having them be more than just kind of giving feedback on presentations. And so, and now we're being asked to form a third group a couple months later. And, you know, there was a lot going on. I think our last meeting in June, we had the AECom contract on consent. It barely passed, and one of the things that was promised is that we would come back and talk about kind of the role of the XCAP. And so, you know, kind of where I am is, again, you know, it's hard. This is complex. As people have pointed out, you two are kind of new to it. There was a lot of
that's the advantage.
Yeah, there was a lot of things going on, and so that motion in April, we talked about wanting more check-ins with council with this new XCAP. We wanted the ability to maybe consider some alternatives, particularly around Embarcadero Meadow and Charleston. We wanted the trench alternative to kind of minimize construction impacts, because what we had seen at that point involved some pretty big impacts with tiebacks and things. And that's kind of where we had left it.
You'd left it with the XCAP now having more.
Well, it seemed like, and then the XCAP meeting started, and it seemed like a lot of council direction had been lost. And I think we heard some feedback today. There were some good questions about what would make the XCAP effective. And so I'm not all that far from your motion, but I did email Jessica a motion, and I'll try to make a substitute motion. And maybe we can end up merging these in some way, but I don't know. Do you have that, Jessica? So my substitute motion would be that we continue the XCAP, but we change it. We would authorize them to have a chair and a co-chair, to take votes, and to provide updates to council.
So they become a Brown Act committee.
No, I mean, they're still the same group that the city manager appointed. Not saying that we would change that.
I think.
Well, let me finish the motion here.
I think we need to just hear though from our attorney as to whether or not that's.
So we kind of reiterate some things from the April motion, things I just mentioned, and then we would give them a deadline, so have them present their alternatives by April 30th. And then at the same time, we would direct staff to kind of come back with a little more refinement on the RBRIC idea. I really felt reading the staff report, I didn't have a clear idea of what the RBRIC was for and who would be good to be on it. So I would say let's use this additional time, have staff come back with a refined scope, purpose, and timeline for the RBRIC, with a focus on regional cooperation and funding, and that in the meantime, that staff and council would continue to work with VTA, Caltrain, Stanford, and others for potential funding.
It's not enormously different. The biggest difference. Did you get a second?
I will second it with, as long as we can adjust a few of the timelines, add a few things in here. Yes, I second.
So I think I spoke to my motion, if you want to.
Did you have some, what were you saying, Allison, you want to change some of
No,
the?
I'm going to go ahead and speak to my second.
Care to speak to your second?
I do, thank you so much. Fundamentally, I expected to have personally done a lot more work on rail than I have, and the council has by the time we got here in September. If I look at the work the XCAP was doing last week, that's the work I expected to do, that our rail committee would be doing. So, you know, as Councilmember Du Bois is referring to what we asked for earlier in the year, I think it needs to come more often. And so if I think about that, then I think the XCAP is doing the work of stress testing the alternatives that we have. I've gone back and forth on this, honestly, over the past, 2 weeks since this was continued, and spoken with a number of people in the community. So I'm supportive of A. With respect to B, I think we should hear what some of the people said, and if Councilmember Du Bois is willing, maybe a third item. Okay, so you have some alternatives here. What does that mean? Allow XCAP to brainstorm some alternatives.
I mean, I basically just copied this from our April motion where we had a discussion about
Okay.
allowing, and I think, again, a lot of it's around the roadway configuration.
Okay. The specific thing I heard this evening was, an interest in understanding council's policy or willingness to consider the use of eminent domain. And I realize it's a hot topic. But I think if we're thinking about costs, as was discussed earlier today, it's important for us when we make our decision to have the full range of decisions available to us and to everyone else.
So would you say something like scoring these alternatives against our criteria, including that?
I think we need to talk about criteria. I think that's the one thing that's missing in the waterfall thing that you're talking about, is talk about criteria. Studied, ensure, and maybe we have three, rank alternatives using consensus criteria. That'll be a long meeting. We'll come back to this. Preferred alternatives by April 30th is fine. I think the RBRIC, I want that to come back sooner. I'd like that to come back a lot sooner because it's going to take us a couple months. So maybe by, let's see, this is September. Could we have it December 1st? And that way we get a little time to think about it? Okay.
I actually asked for the end of December.
Well, let's ask for more information on it on December 1st, 2019, in D.
You want the moon?
This ability for us to talk about it?
Just for us to get another iteration, isn't that what the city manager called it earlier? And then in E, I do think it should be staff and council. I think if you think about the community and regional conversation portion of the waterfall, I think the council needs, and whether it's an ad hoc committee or a rail committee, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's all of us. I'm not quite sure what the right approach is, but I think E should be staff and council. In the absence of an RBRIC, we need to start laying the groundwork on these two things, which I'm just thinking about communication and collaboration. And the reason I think communication is so important is what one of the people said at the XCAP. One of the speakers, I know it was one of the XCAP members said, I was speaking with someone recently who said, I don't think we need to do this, right, because high-speed rail isn't coming. That is a common perception. So we are so behind on the communication. I know I harp on this. You two haven't heard this speech yet, but so yeah, happy to second. And I'm sure we'll keep making this better together.
And those changes were all acceptable.
Just quickly, it's not enormously different than what we had. You've added a lot of decorations to it, which I think have improved it. And I wouldn't have trouble with this overall.
I like the articulation here.
I like the
I like the articulation here.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Comments on the motion?
Why don't I just withdraw ours and go with this one?
I'm amenable to that. You want to do that? Okay.
Yeah,
So we're going to
so
withdraw.
In the
Councilmember
spirit
Niss
of
is going to
full
withdraw hers.
cooperation, I'm withdrawing my motion, and I will support this.
Councilmember Koo.
For item number A, bullet number A, when you say provide updates to council, is that reporting to council? That the XCAP reports to council?
So again, I think we get caught up in semantics a little bit. Again, this is a city manager appointed group, but like we saw tonight, yeah, they would be able to come and give us verbal updates, potentially written, but.
Do you want to include something in there about how much check-ins you would expect from them to council?
So you want to say provide frequent updates? Monthly updates?
Yeah, more specific, monthly or bi-monthly updates. I think that we need to be more involved and more kept up to date about what they're doing and where they're at.
I'm fine with monthly updates.
Bi-monthly or monthly?
I think bi-monthly is fine, and they can come more often if something happens, something important happens.
And do oral communications, or how do we get them on the agenda to discuss then?
I don't know, why don't we ask staff?
Suppose if we're deluged with the number of people during oral communications, we could organize some different mechanism. I don't think we're going to be deluged with people who are, they're already making a big commitment. I don't think we'll have people on a constant basis coming down.
I mean, if the chair comes and gives us an update.
Be fine if that happened, yeah.
Okay.
So Ed, did you have an idea like how we could do that?
I think it's basically a standing item on your agenda or a regularly recurring item on the council agenda. Just to be clear, because sometimes this can be confusing, bi-monthly means every other month, not twice a month, right? Okay, thank you.
What I wanted to say was to provide bi-monthly updates and allow more frequent if there's something newsworthy, you know.
Yeah, which you didn't mean every 2 weeks, though.
No, but I also don't mean that they can only come once every 8 weeks.
No less than bi-monthly.
Thank you. Thanks for that. Also, I think with their schedule and the agenda items that the XCAP is being agendized, perhaps, I mean, I heard former council member Klein mention about there's different steps. Perhaps they can help in developing the steps or design the process. Right now, I mean, I think I spoke to that earlier, or that it seems like they're always spending an hour or so discussing, what the process is. And I think that we have given them clarity once we've appointed a chair and it takes votes. But I think the process and what they're supposed to be discussing might be something, or what is to be agendized, maybe they can be part of designing it. Say, for example, if they need a water expert to come in and talk about how they're going to deal with groundwater, maybe they can put that on the schedule as well on their agenda. Would that be something that would be able to add into it?
I think that's probably implicit in A, if the chair is working on the agenda, unless there's something I'm missing.
Okay, I just want to be sure and clear that the chair will be working with staff in formulating the agenda or creating a process.
You could say help shape the agenda.
Yeah.
After to appoint a chair and co-chair, and then say help shape the agenda.
Just point of information, how many now are actually on the XCAP? What's the number?
14. 14.
14. It looked like more last week.
A lot of community interest in this.
One more thing is on the funding. Item D on the funding, could we also include, I'm not quite sure, but maybe we can specify other funding such as MTC?
I think that's what we meant by regional funding.
Regional, oh, so regional goes for funding as well as corporation. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, may I be heard?
Yeah? I'm looking at Lydia.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm just looking at my notes here. I think that's, I think most of what I have is on there with the additional. So thank you for the consideration and putting it on.
Please go ahead.
So
I'm going to go to Adrian next, but Molly first.
Sure, so this XCAP really should follow the Brown Act. This is got enough formality and enough direction from council.
If it has a chair and takes votes, it should follow Brown Act?
You know, it's just not that precise. I can read to you from the league's book on this.
Right.
It was close before, and you've given a fair amount of structure and direction now. It would be very risky to have this group proceed without following the Brown Act with this amount of direction from council.
How much do we have to back off without running into the Brown Act?
I can't tell you. I can just tell you that based on what you've done here, you've given a lot of structure and direction to the group. You expect to hear from them directly on a regular basis. This is really a council created by formal action of council.
Aren't they currently basically Brown Acted? Have they been?
I don't know the answer to that.
What about
Yeah, conflict of interest.
what about conflict of
yes or
interest
no
and
on
financial
this?
disclosures?
You do not need to do that. You can do that.
Okay.
You do not need to, provided that you are going to accept this group's input and
Right.
consider it amongst other input and
Oh,
be
absolutely.
clearly responsible for the decision as a council.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a technical group, right? Okay.
Go ahead.
And to the question about whether it currently functions according to what we typically think for the Brown Act, the meetings aren't noticed in the way that all of our other public meetings are noticed. We share the information to a broad distribution list, but it's not formally noticed through the clerk's office. And the other piece of it is there is communication that happens amongst the XCAP members offline, and that would be probably the biggest process change amongst the members.
So as long as they don't talk to more than 6 other people or 7 other people.
Yeah.
So then to be excruciatingly clear about this, right? If we do this and it goes to Brown Act, what that means is public noticing of meetings, and 7 people can't have an offline discussion, right? But says nothing about financial disclosures, conflict of interests, based on where you live and so forth.
That's correct.
Okay.
And just in terms of the change this would represent for the XCAP,
XCAP.
they have on, I think, fair occasion, shared emails among each other as a way of sharing thoughts and information. So I think that would stop.
So that would have to stop too, yeah. Going to go to Adrian in a second here, but I like the language here of authorize XCAP to appoint a chair and co-chair and so forth. So if XCAP comes back to us with a better idea how to accomplish the same thing, we could consider that. Adrian.
Okay, thank you,
morning.
Mr. Mayor. I was going to say this meeting's going well tonight. It's not really night for me anymore. Quick comment. This meeting today is mostly about process, not exactly the functional aspects of our rail staff, so I just want to encourage us to focus on that. You all were beginning to question whether the reformed XCAP treads into Brown Act territory, and I think we should just be very clear about that. That may be the necessity we want actually. Is that we need a group that can, one, surface and tease out the tensions in our discussions around rail stuff, but also could recommend to council. And if we want the recommendation, we need a Brown Act group. So that was one of my questions. The other was around letter D, which is define or direct staff to define the scope of an RBRIC. And so I just wanted to ask the maker and the seconder, if we are expanding the XCAP to address some of the recommended.
So, please repeat.
The XCAP make recommendations to council. What's the purpose of letter D in the motion?
So, if I understood you, Adrian, you're asking what's the purpose of the RBRIC? And
correct.
And again, my understanding of reading the staff report is the scope of the RBRIC. I think we need to define it more clearly, but it was around taking these set of preferred alternatives that would come from the XCAP and starting to look at an overall funding program, which would include multiple sources, as well as looking at regional cooperation for perhaps some technical issues or construction issues. So it's a little bit of a different focus, is taking this set of preferred alternatives and starting to put together a kind of a construction plan around it.
Well, and to take it out to the community as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
As a set.
Right.
I'm just going to jump back and realize that, you know, I'd like to just add into D, we have the regional cooperation, but we don't have the, you know, community awareness and engagement. So I think we should put that in it before the regional cooperation and funding, frankly.
So just in my understanding of this, I actually kind of saw the XCAP as that community engagement piece. And while it certainly wasn't perfect, they were kind of testing these ideas out with neighborhoods, giving us information and estimation of different grade separation alternatives. So if we're now adding to the XCAP recommendation on preferred alternatives, I'm a little curious about what ARB might do in a couple months.
I can barely hear.
So I think this motion is overall, sorry you guys can barely hear me. I think this motion is overall pretty right, but I wonder what the value of an RBRIC will be if we give the XCAP this authority.
I think Allison wants to comment, but my quick comment is I think both groups should be doing community engagement. We're going to have to do it all along the way. And again, the reason I want this to come back in December is to really get a lot more clarity around what the RBRIC is for. But it felt premature tonight.
Vice Mayor Fine, I've got show and tell here that's not going to be helpful for you probably, but I just brought two pieces that we had when we did the library work, and we had a top level one, which is really about community awareness, and then we had a super 4-page like FAQ detail one. I'm just waving it around, super unhelpful, happy to pass it around. And the idea is that it answers this basic question of why are we doing this? And then there's a ton of other detailed questions, right, that we've heard tonight. So the top level one is about like, why are we doing this? I actually don't think we've done a good job with that yet. I really don't. And I think that's something that an RBRIC could do. And then the super long level of detail FAQs, maybe that's something that the XCAP provides. But while the existing XCAP has been focused appropriately so on the neighborhoods, the rest of the community is not engaged in this yet, and they're going to need a different level of information, and that just hasn't happened. So what I like about this is, you know, yep, this seems like this might be a good option to do this, but let's give the XCAP a little bit of time, see how that goes. They may come back to us at one of their bi-monthly updates and say this is working, this isn't, and then we can decide again in December. How do we feel like we're doing on the funding plan? How do we feel like the XCAP's doing? Is this the right time to bring in people to help us with, the broader community and the regional cooperation, and quite frankly, prepare for what might be something on the ballot?
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. Just two last comments. So one, on the why are we doing this question, I think it gets back to my earlier question about if somebody is joining this process tomorrow or next week, we need a good response to that, and that lies a little bit on staff. And then on the community engagement piece, decision making, I think that does fall on council a fair bit too, and some of that rests at our feet. But otherwise, I'm happy to support this. In December, when we come back with our brick, we can evaluate whether that's still necessary or whether the XCAP is doing the right amount of work.
That's kind of how I read it too. If you look at that green community engagement or community and regional engagement arrow, that, until such time as the RBRIC, is operational, that staff and council do that work. So I have lights from Councilmember Cormack, Councilmember Koo, and Councilmember Tanaka in that order. You want to keep going?
I'm done.
Okay. Councilmember Koo.
I wanted to also ask in B1, it shows that alternatives only Embarcadero, Meadow, and Charleston. I was wondering if they'll also consider Palo Alto Avenue and stations.
I will let the city attorney respond on that. I don't believe that's an appropriate topic for us to cover this evening, but I
think, in a way, looking at all of this, it needs to be kind of looked at comprehensively in terms of not just, it's segmented right now with only the three there, and I think it's holistic to look at everything so we can determine traffic patterns, congestion, etc.
So that's an option. Council considered this question extensively and made a decision to pull Palo Alto Avenue out because it's intertwined with some more complicated transportation issues in the north part of town. And so that was the decision at that time. If council wants to reconsider that, you could take that debate up. You need to adjust your membership. You lose a member. And
only when we discuss the Palo Alto Avenue portion, or is it, obviously when the agenda comes to us, we're not talking about the entire line, Palo Alto Avenue. We're either talking about Charleston. The presentation is usually only on Charleston or East Meadow or Churchill or Embarcadero, and then, or it can talk about Palo Alto Avenue. Is it only at that meeting when the presentation is at Palo Alto Avenue, then council members would have to recuse themselves, or is it every time we're talking about any different rail alternative, they're going to be recused?
Okay, I understand your question. So your question is whether the council can use a technique called segmentation.
No.
So if your decision set includes, for example, let's just say, all of the at-grade crossings and the stations, and then you are having a meeting where you're actually just focusing on one piece, you can't bring conflicted members back in for that unless you can establish that the decision on one piece is wholly and completely independent from the decisions on the others. So we can't meet that standard here for a variety of reasons. So the way the council has structured it now, this question is actually before the FPPC now for final formal advice, but it is our recommendation that the Political Reform Act does allow council members to come back in when council has narrowed the full decision set on this planning effort to the three crossings, Churchill, Meadow, and East Charleston. The Palo Alto Avenue item, the council says it will deal with that in a separate planning effort that will include other transportation issues in the downtown. So we do need to hear from the FPPC to confirm what is my view, that the Political Reform Act allows the full participation of all council members under that scenario.
And that's already sent to FPPC?
Yes.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
So if we continue with these three with the X cap, could part of staff's recommendation in D with the R-brick is to look at distinct phases or distinct sections where maybe the R-brick could look at the University Station and Palo Alto Avenue as a separate project. I'm just wondering if we could have staff maybe when they come back think about some different options, different scopes, I guess, for the R-brick and different ways they could look at the funding process.
So we can certainly reconsider that. It is a challenging problem because when you have a funding source like the Measure B funds that are for grade crossings, and they're not sufficient.
I'm saying we keep those to grade crossings, but the scope of the R-brick could actually be to look at funding for the downtown plan as a separate thing that could be segmented, possibly.
We'll take a look at whether there are options to do that.
One more question. If during the process we lose an XCAP member, maybe because of the time constraints and so forth, do we have a process for that? Is it necessary to add into this motion? Deal with it later?
The city manager added the members to the XCAP, to create the XCAP from the cap, so there's nothing that precludes you from doing that another time, should it be necessary, right?
Yes, that's true, although as has been discussed tonight, the prior action left some ambiguity or room for interpretation of what the council had previously directed and, quite frankly, explicitly not directed in prior council discussion. You may recall there was a discussion of having the working group defined by council, and it had some testimony by members of the CAP at the time saying that they didn't want to be subject to the Brown Act, and ultimately there wasn't a motion, which is where it got subject to interpretation. So just a quick answer to your point is yes, we can work and finesse to the best of our judgment. I suspect our judgment will be questioned.
Yes, that's my
Perhaps
concern.
that could just be part of the updates, I mean, it's hard to predict all the things that might happen. Would you be comfortable, Councilmember Koo, if, I'm sure if there's an XCAP issue, they'll bring it to us?
I'm comfortable. I just thought that it'd be better if we have it defined so we at least know what to expect on what to do in case we lose a member, and not have what our city manager just said and put him on the spot every time, and be questioned by the general public. Do you want to formulate a process or have it come back to us to formulate a process on how to replace a member?
I look to the maker, but I'd prefer to cross that bridge when we come to it.
Okay.
Technically, the XCAP is still the purview of the city manager who has convenience. So the process of how to replace a member falls to the city manager, not to the council, huh? Since it's a staff committee.
I just think that, as council members, we need to kind of take responsibility and also take initiative in formulating these kind of decisions so it's not given unclear directions. But so I would like to see it. But, with, like you said, with the new chair and the co-chair, then perhaps, like you said, they'll report back and provide ideas. But I just wanted to kind of mention it. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so in general, actually, I like this motion. I like the fact that they could appoint a chair. I think that was something that's kind of missing. They could vote and make recommendations. I think that's all good. So as some of you might know, I served on the IBRIC many years ago. And I think one reason why it was really effective was we had a pretty clear mission, and I'm looking at this and I'm just wondering, does the XCAP know what the mission is, right? Do they know what they're trying to do? And I think it may be hard for us, even for the people here to actually, for the council to actually, for us to even agree on the mission. So it's gonna be hard for them to even know what the mission is. I think they generally know what it is. I think we all kind of generally know what it is, but I think it's not very crisp. And I think we have some very involved, very smart people on the XCAP, but I think if you don't set them up for success in terms of really what the parameters are, what they're trying to go for, I'm worried that it might be tough to get success from them. So, I guess the thing that I think we should have is what are the key questions or issues we want them to address, because that's not on here right now. We have some vague things, but we're leaving people guessing. So I'm looking to the maker and seconder to get your guys' thoughts about this. I don't necessarily have a mission in mind, but I'm just thinking that if you give more specific direction, you probably get better success. So for the IBRIC, there was a very specific set of questions that they had to answer. And I think that was part of the IBRIC success, was a very clear mission. Here, it's kind of vague, to be honest.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm looking at C, present preferred alternatives. I'm not sure if you have some suggestions on how to get more specific. We've been working through this process. I'm just not sure how to do it.
Okay, I'm not sure either. But I'm so if I had a really good recommendation of what the mission should be, I would have told you already. But maybe that's just the little thing that made me think about in terms of, the name is similar, which is great. IBRIC, okay, great. But how it's set up is not, right? It's not, the mission is not clear, the questions are not clear. And so it makes XCAP much, much harder to be successful because of that. And then, I've been thinking about why do we want a committee? Because theoretically, staff could hire consultants and, all the people that we need to have to figure out what technically we need to do. And to me, I think the biggest reason to have a committee is to really understand the community. And this is one of the biggest decisions certainly in our history, right, in the history of the city. And so I just was thinking that it would probably make sense to also bolster what we're trying to do with surveys of the community. Because I think even a small group, because I think my experience with most people that I talk to about this is that most people don't have any idea what's going on. But I think what would help the XCAP is or the XCAP, RBIC, whatever you want to call it, is if there's better boundaries in terms of what the community wants, doesn't want. But some of that we don't know, we're guessing, because we never actually asked on a broad basis, what do people want? Are they willing to tax themselves a lot? Are they willing to, what are the parameters? And I think that's something which I would love for us to do more of, is actually serving our constituents to understand what are the limits. Because I think someone said there's 20, it's like a 4-dimensional chess, right, or something. There's 20 parameters, and it's like such a hard problem because the problem's so unconstrained. And that's what made ARTBRIC very easy. Was it was a very constrained problem, a very clear list of questions. But here it's like this ill-defined problem. There's so many different parameters, and I think one way to help is to actually understand what the community definitely doesn't want, and so that chops off options. So we don't have to worry about it. It makes it a much easier problem to solve versus a 4-dimensional chess problem becomes a 2D chess problem, or maybe a game of checkers. So I would say that one tool that I think we want to enable them to have is ability to survey, right? Or maybe we should do it, but somebody should do it. So we should understand what the parameters are, so we could actually start knowing what is not going to be acceptable from the community.
So what if we added that into D when staff comes back with the recommendation for what the focus of the RBRIC is, that it include community feedback?
Well, I think feedback's one thing. I think I think to me, a broader-based survey is important because
So you want to explicitly say survey?
Yeah, because I think for iBreak it was easy because who doesn't want better roads? No one's going to argue with that. It's not very political, right?
Yeah.
But the problem with this one is it's very, very technical. There's a lot of detail. And it's also very political, right? It's very subjective as to what should happen. And I think the challenge we have here is because there's so many different knobs that can be turned, so much detail, I'm worried that XCAP's going to spin the wheels and we're going to be here a year from now in the same exact place. And I think if we want to make progress, I think we need to start constraining the problem.
So I'm agreeing with you. So if we said to focus on community awareness and engagement, comma, community surveys, comma.
That would be helpful. But I think we need to have better constraints to make this a tractable problem. Otherwise, it's going to be hard to expect anyone, no matter how well-meaning they are, to be successful.
Yeah, so I would really like to see that as well in D when the RBRIC definitions come back.
Okay. And then...
Sorry,
okay with
seconder. Not sure I'm ready to let the RBRIC be in charge of the survey.
Okay,
right?
maybe it's the council, but somebody should survey the community to understand that we're not...
For sure. But, you know, are you asking about funding, or are you asking about what the alternative is?
I think it's the multiple dimensions, right? It's about funding. It's about the different alternatives. There's so many different variables here that we need to start figuring out how to narrow the problem. How do we say what is kind of totally off limits because the community won't accept it? Which ones are on limits, right? Maybe the community would say, there's no way we'll do any sort of tax ourselves type of thing. Okay, that tells us something, right? Or maybe they're open to it. I don't know. But I think we need to, on a broad basis, right? And this is what's separate from the iBrick. For iBrick, we didn't have to debate whether people wanted nice roads or not. It's very clear. There's no political question there. But here, there's a lot of political questions that we need to answer. And I think it's dangerous if we have just a small group of people giving opinions when we don't know what the broader base of people think.
So I think if I can interject here, I think, the macro level, what we're doing is defining that as a problem that needs to be addressed and authorizing an organization that's going to take that as their charter to do that. And just want to be careful, they're going to be responsible for the program, and then you just want to be careful not to try to design too much of the program here when that's really going to be their responsibility.
Well, I don't think it's trying to design the program. I think it's trying to give constraints because right now this problem is not well constrained. There's too many variables going on, and it's too.
So can we separate the XCAP from the RBRIC? Because I think the XCAP suddenly has things that they might not even have asked for, which is rank things with consensus criteria and present preferred alternatives.
Okay.
That's really specific.
So maybe,
you okay with that part?
Maybe what, for me, it's more about making sure we hear the broader voice of the community, because I think that will allow us to give the XCAP, RBRIC clearer direction. If we have confidence.
And RBRIC are quite
Can I
different
explain
bodies.
why the surveys and all that absolutely has to come after community awareness? There is no point in doing a complicated technical survey right now if people don't understand the problem.
I don't think complicated technical surveys make sense. So you and I are on the same page on that. But what I do think is there are some big items like who's willing to tax themselves. That's a really big thing, right? I mean, I think.
I think we already have this, though, don't we? In the fund, in the.
I don't think we've ever surveyed the community on this.
No, but in a separate work plan that's related to the finance committee.
Well, that's very specific for. Again, this
That's
is
why
around.
I'm asking him this question.
This is around grade separations, and Allison, I want to say just adding surveys to D. We're asking staff to come back with a plan.
That's the point
It's
that I
not that
wanted
they're
to
going to make. It's not that the RBRIC would decide what the surveys are. We could see what the plan is, and council could have a very good role in that. I think it belongs with the RBRIC once we have the alternatives.
Okay, well, let's say it focus on community awareness, comma, engagement, comma, and surveys, okay? Because that's really all one thing,
It's fine.
okay?
But I think it's a good addition, and why don't we let staff kind of go away and think about this and come back with, what that would look like and how they would check in with council. And
Okay, maybe the focus is the wrong word that I'm got here then.
So the other thing that I was thinking about is, and maybe this is a question for staff, is does the XCAP have ability to set up subcommittees? Is that the idea? Or is this going to be 14 people in a room kind of like talking?
think part of the earlier discussion was to have that conversation with the XCAP as to how they might need to organize their own work in order to meet the goals as stated here. I do think it presents some risks that if I were to think about it from the XCAP perspective, the balance of their own personal time with, if the council's asking me as an XCAP member to come forward with preferred alternatives, then I'm going to want the kitchen sink of information have been completed before those recommendations are developed. So managing that kind of push and pull will be tricky, but we'll have to see. Again, it may depend on how the XCAP itself decides to make decisions, not unlike what the council's doing tonight. Is it something where a majority will define whether they do subcommittees or not, or something
Okay, so you're saying that they could do it if they decide to, right?
Well, they could tell us what they want to do. I think I would need to come back to the council and let you know if supporting subcommittees with experts in particular fields would require additional budget, or some other way that we would support that.
Okay, because on the IBRIC, we actually had subcommittees. We actually had ability to, we had a lot of people. And so we subdivided into separate committees. It came back together to have a final recommendation, but I'm just worried that if you have 14 people, I mean, it's hard to make a decision when you have lots of people. And some people have more interest on particular areas than others. So I think allowing them to self-organize makes sense. I don't necessarily mind having it come back to council to figure out the organization, but I do think that subcommittees is actually an important piece of it. So if they do have the ability to create subcommittees, which I understand the mechanisms for them to come back to us, then to me the question is why separate RBRIC? Why not just add people to the XCAP? And I also think about why even have an RBRIC. And to me, one big thing that's a little bit different here is because of how the XCAP was set up, it's pretty much all city manager appointed people, right? Not council appointed. So I do think it's actually not bad to have an RBRIC or some sort of addition of people that the council appoints. I think that's actually, I actually think that's the right thing to do. But I just wonder, why not give them the ability to have subcommittees and just have one committee? Why have two? Because there's inevitably overlap. I mean, are we going to have them merge the recommendation together at the end? But why not just appoint additional people to the XCAP? So we kind of function what the RBRIC is doing, allow them to self-organize, form subcommittees, and so there's no conflict of interest. There's not conflict of interest, but overlap of duties, right? There's just one committee. It's been enhanced because I think the city managers already selected some people. They'll keep them rolling. We add additional people from council, so it gives so elected officials have appointed people, not just appointed people who appointed people. And so I just wonder if that might be a better way to do what we're wanting to do versus, because I'm worried that if we have a separate RBRIC, is their charter going to be so clear and crisp? Because even the XCAP charter right now in the mission is not so clear. So why not just add additional people to XCAP and just keep it one committee? Why separate? Maybe I'd love to hear the maker and seconder's opinion on this.
Again, I'm asking for more scope and clarity from staff, but I think the idea was it's potentially a different skill set.
But when we want to have a merged recommendation
Possibly. Maybe that's the recommendation they come back with. Again, at this point, people are going to be doing it for a year and a half, so there may be some subset of people that move over.
And I do think it's actually appropriate for council to appoint people directly to this committee, because I think that's important. But I just don't know why we need a separate one. Why not just enhance the group?
Well, in addition to the skill set, I think the other thing that's been identified, which I think is appropriate, is people who do not have a personal conflict of financial interest. So many of the people on the XCAP do live close to it. And so, as you think about as we go forward, we really want to be, every step of the process, be really insulated from, concerns about that. So, but, Councilmember Du Bois is right. All we're saying is come back and tell us something in December, and maybe maybe we'll have new information then, right? We're not committing to doing an RBRIC. We're saying let's hear about it in December.
With all respect, I am going to call the vote. Mr. Mayor?
Well, I actually have one last point. Everyone spoke many, many times. I've been patiently listening to everyone. So I have one last point to talk about. And that's D&E, because D&E both have funding in their charter. To me, this is a bit of a conflict between D&E. Either D has it or E has it. Why put in both?
Timeline.
E is for now and D is for after December.
Are we ready to vote?
Actually, do have one question, just for clarification. What was added on the B, little letter III, the rank alternatives using consensus criteria? I'm wondering if there might be words missing from that phrase. Is it rank alternatives using consensus with the council adopted criteria, or are we adding criteria?
My thought there was to have the XCAP work with the criteria, develop an order of them, and then rank the alternatives based on that. So I probably didn't say that
So
very
this
well.
is the existing council adopted criteria, or?
You know, we went through, we didn't really adopt criteria.
We have years before
Yeah,
you
okay,
even
yeah,
joined.
I'm not a huge fan of those.
Well, so
Because no one's
again,
ever paid any attention to Tier 1 and Tier 2.
Well,
ever.
we did. I think we did a lot of work creating the criteria, and we shouldn't just throw it away. I think if we let the XCAP, again, rank it, figure out how they want to score it and weight it, I think Councilmember Cormack was even suggesting things that council weighted lowly, or highly, like eminent domain. I think they could score it against a bunch of that criteria.
Okay, so take out consensus using the AECOM criteria.
Well,
It's
the
council- it's council
literally was
adopted.
approved by council.
Can we see those before I agree?
Well,
Because that was a much shorter list than the AECOM one.
I think you'd like to give the XCAP some ability to help define the criteria too, right? I mean,
I think we're talking about weighting the criteria, not changing them.
yeah, maybe. Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's sort of like an order, like if you do cost at the top, or if you do neighborhood impact at the top, or you do.
Or percentage.
Right.
Exactly, yeah.
But you'd like to give them some latitude to have input on that too.
What does the city manager recommend to make this more clear?
I think what we used to apply the previous criteria was basically to do away with the tiers and use the all of the elements and the descriptions with the ability to rank based upon the options before the
So instead of consensus, say established criteria?
established criteria.
Okay.
Yes, that would be
How's that?
perfect.
All right. Would you vote on the board, please? And there are.
Yes.
Did Adrian was yes? Okay. So that passes 7-0. All right. Okay. Thank you all very much. I meant to ask if there was anybody that wanted to speak again, right? Although we just voted, so we couldn't. And do you want to speak here, or do you want to sort of informal afterwards? Okay. Come on up.
So I'm Phil Burton, and I was a member of the original CAP and now the XCAP. I'd like to offer a couple of comments. The question was asked earlier on, how good do you feel about hitting, let's say, an end-of-the-year deadline to have the XCAP work done? At the beginning of that discussion session, I felt pretty confident. By the end of it, I felt completely terrified. And the reason for that is that all kinds of issues came out during the discussion, some from people like the former mayor, some from you on the council, and I don't think the XCAP is aware of all those issues. We are still working with the 2017 Tier 1, Tier 2 criteria. To be effective, to do any of the work we need to do, we really need the new criteria which you need to establish. Okay, that's point one. Point two, a lot of speakers talked about how let's say, ineffective the XCAP is because we don't have the ability to take, well, blah, 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 blah. I would like to offer the opinion that we do sort of get things done by what you might call a rough consensus, where we sort of discuss things, sometimes at great length, but then we kind of come to some group conclusion without a formal vote. So we are effective. Point 3, given what I think is the expanded workload, it'll be a push to get this done by the end of Q1 next year, honestly, unless we have far more frequent meetings. That all said, I have this incredible sense of urgency around hitting a 2020 ballot because the inflation rate in construction is much, much higher than general inflation rate. If we wait till 2022, it's going to cost that much more money, and there might not be anything left because everybody else has already gotten their share, quote unquote. Thank you.
Thank you. Adina?
Glad to see some convergence on the goals of the group so that we can move forward and help the city move toward decisions. There are a couple of things that came up from way, way, way back in the earlier conversation that I wanted to put in before I forget. And one of them is about how cities are working on stations. And one of the things that is happening is, for example, San Jose is working on the Diridon station, and it's not just the city working alone, it's the city that's working closely with Caltrain and BART and ACE and Cap. They have a multi-agency group that is working on options for the station. So if Palo Alto wants to be working at some point in later stages of the process on something like a university station, it shouldn't need to be, and the model isn't for them, for the city to be isolated and alone in working on that, but to have a multi-agency group work, which seems to be working well in San Jose. It's pretty impressive. Another comment on the passing tracks is my understanding, to please fact check with Caltrain staff, but this is what I'm pretty sure I have heard, is that the passing tracks, other than Redwood City is what's needed if it's just Caltrain. And until or unless high-speed rail comes to the peninsula, the other passing or other major projects like Dumbarton and a second Transbay Crossing decides it needs to interline and use the corridor, those additional passing tracks aren't needed until those other things happen. Okay. And there's a lot of regional uncertainty on that. So those are the things that I remember that I wanted to share, so I didn't have to write a letter and forget.
Thanks. Nadia.
So I wanted to reiterate in some ways what Phil Burton was saying, which is I think you have done what needs to be done for the XCAP to serve your purpose, but I do also think that you have just layered on a whole bunch of stuff that the people who signed up for XCAP didn't know they were doing. And I'm very concerned about the amount of time that it will take, how many meetings and how much time commitment it will take from the members to get you that answer in time. I also would like to point out, and this is just my own opinion, because of the members that transitioned from the CAP to the XCAP and who's left, you have a higher number of XCAP members who would, under the conflict of interest rules, would be conflicted about the Embarcadero and Churchill situation, and I believe none that would be conflicted under the Meadow-Charleston situation. So it may be more difficult for this group to come to a consensus recommendation about Churchill and Embarcadero. And I would also call out the fact that it would be really helpful to get guidance about whether Embarcadero, the grade separation, eventually has to be changed, because that changes the ability of the group to look at different things. And so I just want to caution you that if you don't think about the conflict of interest thing, you may have a problem on that issue specifically. And going back to what I said before, if this, I wouldn't want anyone to be able to use the conflict of interest or the Brown Act issues as a wedge to say that this committee didn't do its work. And so if you're going to give them a lot of homework and you're going to make them do this big stuff. And so what I would suggest is perhaps rescoping the XCAP and presenting those alternatives to the current members, and then seeing who's going to keep going and who can't, because that may change what you decide to do. And I know you guys just did a really good job of coming up with a 7-0, but if the formation of that group changes, that may change what you decide. So.
Thank you. Stephen.
Hi. Nadia just at the end made the main point I wanted to make is that my main concern about the motion is that the committee is now being asked to make recommendations to council, and you have to really think about conflict of interest because, as Nadia pointed out, and I'm sure you're all aware, if people are against or have problems with whatever council decides, they will use the conflict of interest as a wedge and take it to court, and then nothing's going to happen for years. The other point I wanted to make is that the city manager in his remarks seemed to imply that Caltrain has no particular interest in grade separations, and we know for a fact that's not true. The people that ride Caltrain are the same as the people that live in Palo Alto. We want to ride the train and have trains go back and forth. We also want to get across the tracks. And we can't divide our community interests. We want to do both. And so Caltrain has to be interested in grade separations, and in fact, they're committing money to it. So I think we should be able to get Caltrain to come to these meetings and to have people tell us what they plan and what they want. And of course, anything we do in grade separations has to meet their criteria, but we need to know what those are, and they need to help us. So I think that's the other thing I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Megan.
Hi, I only had a few comments. Thank you for clarifying the goals of this group, but I would almost ask for further clarification. Is what you want simply a ranking, or would you like all the information that would back up that ranking? Is this going to be some sort of report similar to the ones that you receive from staff? Perhaps those are details to be worked out, but I think the scope of what the XCAP needs to deliver is still a little bit unclear, at least to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Roland.
Yes, and thank you for the second bite of the apple here. Now, with regards to the Brown Act, I really appreciated the input you got from your attorney, but I verified with Adina, and she was a member of the Caltrain CAC, and she did not have to file Form 700. With regards to station, Caltrain has hit a brick wall on ridership, and they won't be able to increase the number of trains per hour beyond 6 until there are additional grade separations peninsula. A good short-term solution to increase capacity would be to operate longer trains during peak, but it's not reasonable to lengthen platforms at every station. So a good compromise would be double platform lengths and passing tracks at the 8 stations used by 75% of Caltrain riders. Trains based on Diridan, Sunnyvale, and Mountain View are next. Palo Alto will have to wait until decisions on grade separations are finalized because of the length of the station is 1/4 of a mile long, 1,400 feet. This can be done entirely within the existing right-of-way, and the sooner we start this conversation, the better. In closing, with regards to funding, I would recommend watching the leadership group presentation at last week's VTA board meeting. And by the way, that's why I could not attend the XCAP, is because I was at VTA board meeting. And Caltrain's business plan presentation to last week's MTC programming and allocations committee meeting on Wednesday, which highlighted a need of $6.9 billion for grade separation projects. So in closing, I would also recommend looking at the $200 million funding plan for the 25th Avenue grade separation, which did not require any funding by the city of San Mateo. So in closing, my advice to you is hold fire on a local sales tax measure, see what plays out, at the regional level, and then take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry.
Just one point. Could we have the ordinance back up on the screen, please? Where do we have that? there's language in there that says that the XCAP is to make decisions by consensus. Where is that language?
It's gone. The word was consensus criteria, and that got replaced by the word established.
Anyway, I have no idea what consensus means in this context.
That's why they excised the word consensus.
Sorry?
Well, I think that's why they took out that word.
Okay, well.
I don't know what established means either.
Okay. So either tonight or next reading or whatever, I hope you'd clear that up and just say decisions by majority vote like any other board. Unless Molly's going to give us some definition of consensus that's consistent.
No, I think we got to do. I think we got a turn left to do on that.
Yeah,
Good,
I think it's been clarified. Thank you. Yeah.
San Mateo had developer funding.
Okay. With that, we move to state and federal legislation. Is there any update that we're going to get $1 billion from the feds for this? No? No. Okay. Council member questions, comments, and Council member Niss.
This is a preview of a coming attraction. Adrian, are you off the phone? Adrian?
Councilmember Niss, he dropped.
No. He was literally going into town to see some Soviet buildings. So next week, Adrian and I will describe our trip that we just took to sister cities Albi and Heidelberg, and it was a very successful trip. And I am delighted to say I think we have a very strong relationship with Albi once again, which we hadn't. We had somehow thought it had gone astray, but it was their 25th anniversary, so it was really a pleasure, and they could not have been more welcoming to us. And Monique is still here, and she will tell you she was there. So there's a group of about 7 of us, including Bob, and it was a pleasure, wasn't it? Yeah, and as I said, they could not have been nicer to us. So next week, we'll wear a costume and everything.
All right. Seeing no other lights, we are adjourned. Thank you very much.